Hold on. An error occurred. What the
It
heck?
says you're live.
I'm live. Are we live?
I think we're live.
Hello.
All right.
How's it going? Oh, it says we're live. I just want to make sure. I'm going to go on YouTube just to make sure
Check it out.
we're
Check it out.
live. Everyone.
All right.
Oh, how's it going? Okay.
Wait, no, yeah, you can hear us.
Yes. I'm going to mute this. Okay, so we're live. So, Cheerios. Hey. Cheerios, my
Didn't
friend.
swallow till we cheers. It's actually just water, guys.
Cheers.
We had a long day. Another long day. We just can't.
We just can't stop. We just cannot stop.
We're in a new recording location.
Yes.
Studio.
Yeah, as you can tell, it's a little bare, but
so we're kind of in the middle of transition here. We didn't even get to hang up our Monerotopia, but we have it on in the background. That's what you're seeing.
As you can see, the purple
traditional
lights.
light. Yeah, the traditional lighting. So we have the mood. We have the right setting.
Yes, we have the mood.
So what's the plan tonight? We're gonna try to.
I just want to make sure everyone's hearing us because we had issues. Well, we didn't have issues, but it said we were having issues. But I think everyone's saying yes. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah. So the plan is to stream our Monero MMA Fighters match. So he's supposed to log on.
Them to come on?
He said in our time because we're East Coast, so 11 to 12. So someone will jump on at some point to stream it. That we're basically waiting on them.
Okay, so hopefully that happens.
Yes, hopefully.
And I guess the other aspect of the show was we were going to try to do an atomic swap live on air. I don't know if that's happening either. Right?
Yeah, we'll see. We have either Seth or Sean.
Okay.
That might join us to try to.
I see Sean's on.
Yes, he is.
I see Arctic Mine.
I see Arctic Mine.
I see Rotten Wheel. Oh boy, Rotten Wheel. Rotten Wheel. We're not gonna lie. We got a lot of blowback from the last time.
Feedback.
Okay, feedback maybe is a better word, but it was there was some pushback from the community. People were a little upset that we had you on, so we're not gonna lie about that. I mean, we went over this last time.
We love everyone.
You know, we love everyone. Anytime we've met you in person, it's been amazing. But you've done some things that have really upset some people in the community that we also have a lot of respect for, and you're putting us in a difficult situation.
I know.
You're putting us in a difficult situation. So I don't know. We may have to hold off and bring you on, man, and talk offline a little bit, try to figure that out. I think some apologies are owed, and I don't know. Maybe you don't want to make those apologies. So I'm not forcing you to do anything. But that being said, we have to show respect to others in the community that were upset with your actions. So that's where we're at, man. I
know. I don't know. This is a very difficult situation because we heart everyone.
So yeah, Rotten Wheel, I think we're gonna have to ask you to sit this one out, man, and we will talk about it offline. I really hate to be that guy, but it's
a difficult situation,
and we'll figure it out offline. But we have to respect the wishes of others in the community who we trust, who we're friends with, and who said that you've mistreated them. So it would be, we'd be disrespecting those people. So we'll have to figure this out, man, because the last thing we want to do is step on toes. So
yeah, we love and respect everyone, and we just want to make sure this is a platform where we can all just be friends.
Yeah.
And
so maybe we could work it all out, but I think it's better if we probably talk it out offline, right?
Yeah, we'll talk about it offline.
Okay.
With that being said,
want to bring Arctic Mine on and Sean?
Let's do that. Hello.
Hello there.
How do you do?
Well, I've been doing well, also a bit busy. We just finished a few days ago with our first phase of a presentation to the EU Commission on a response on anti-money laundering, of all things.
Yes, I saw that. That was quite a piece you guys put together. Very comprehensive.
Well, thank you.
Something fell.
Right. you want to quickly summarize the thrust of that there? Maybe we could.
Well, I mean, it's sort of a trend of what has been going on with monetary policy, but also with groups like Comply First, and of course the Perkins-Coie paper. It's been an ongoing engagement with regulators and across various, in particular, with respect to anti-money laundering issues and how it impacts Monero, could prevent impacts of Monero. We focus, of course, a lot on the question of blockchain surveillance or chain analysis or KYT, know your transaction, primarily on this one, because the focus of that particular sub was on public-private partnerships. And so that's an area where it came into in that. So yeah, I mean, the concerns that we have expressed, of course, is that there are serious problems with the way this has been implemented, of course, and some of the conclusions that are reached and the fact it's proprietary and so on. And quite interestingly, it has an impact. It's going to have a big impact, I think, on atomic swaps, and in particular when you include atomic swaps and Taproot on Bitcoin. This is going to get really interesting.
I saw your post there, but what do
Yes.
you mean? What do you mean this is going to have a big impact on that on atomic swaps?
Well, basically, Taproot. The thing about privacy technologies, and it doesn't matter whether you just do it in Monero or you do it in this case multi-chain, is that the whole is always greater than the sum of its parts. So if you were to take Taproot, for example, in isolation in Bitcoin, well, I mean, if you're somebody who just does regular Bitcoin transactions, it's not a big deal. If you take atomic swaps by itself, I mean, again, it's the same thing. But when you start combining them, this is when you get this cumulative impact. And so what happens is if you have a situation where a very significant number of transactions on the Bitcoin blockchain could potentially be an atomic swap with Monero, and you can't really tell from the Bitcoin blockchain that this even happened, I mean, the ramifications are quite significant for privacy on Bitcoin. And that has real implications for something like chain analysis or blockchain surveillance or all these models that these companies are building. So this is where so one by itself doesn't do it, but it's the cumulative effect with privacy that really builds up. And that's, I think, where I see a very interesting scenario developing.
Right. And the bottom line being chain analysis companies ultimately won't be able to see or know when Bitcoins are being swapped into Monero and vice versa, because the transaction wouldn't really be noticeable compared to other types of Bitcoin transactions.
Well, for example, they wouldn't know if it went into Lightning Network. Was it maybe liquid? Was it maybe a swap or something else? Was it a script running a coin join? I mean, they have no idea what it could have been. Or it's just an A to B transaction, or maybe a multi-sig transaction, or it could be so many different things. And so this is the kind of thing and even if it happened, but even more interesting, we want to know when it happened, where it happened on the Bitcoin blockchain, where it shows up on the Monero blockchain, if it gets moved back into Bitcoin again, well, where it's going to pop up there. I mean, so you have all these unknowns, and it really complicates enormously, in my opinion, the whole impact of doing chain analysis or blockchain surveillance or KYT, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So we should make clear that this is something that we're expecting to happen with the Farcaster implementation of Bitcoin to Monero atomic swaps, right? This commit using a different type of way of swapping, correct?
No, they're still using scripts on Bitcoin.
What's that?
They're still using scripts on Bitcoin. The whole scripting has to take place on Bitcoin.
Right.
So the minute you hide those Bitcoin scripts, then you're actually going to end up with this scenario. What Taproot does is it hides the scripts on Bitcoin.
Right. But I'm saying Farcaster, that implementation is going to utilize this new tech that's being implemented into Bitcoin, right? And currently the commit implementation does not utilize that.
Well, it isn't on Bitcoin yet, and I think it goes live on Bitcoin in November.
Okay, right.
So, but I don't see why commit cannot be modified to take advantage of Taproot.
Okay, right. Gotcha.
I mean, right now it's not happening, but I mean, you're scripting on the Bitcoin blockchain. That's what you're doing. So
yeah.
But I'm probably going to have some experts on here who can comment on that more specifically. But
yeah, we got some other people on here. We wanted to try to do a live demo of an atomic swap to BTC to XMR. Maybe Sean on?
Sean. He's on mute.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, let's go, man. I see we got the fight. Is that the fight
I don't know. I know. I'm trying to figure this out. Trying to zoom in.
You got a lot going on tonight.
Yeah, I know. Trying to figure this out to see.
It's late over here in New York, guys. I don't know where everybody else is. We had a long day. We're at the beach.
Yep. It's been a long day. Oh wait, this one. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
I don't know if you
there
can
it is. There it is.
Valley Series 6. John Ruel.
Okay.
I don't know who's recording it. Hi, can you hear me?
Can they hear us?
I don't know. Mute. Let me see if I can. Oh, hi.
Yeah, we can see it.
Hey.
Hello? Can you come in a little closer?
I don't know what's going on, but it's exciting.
I know.
Hey, man.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think it's a woman actually. She like waved.
Okay.
Like she turned it around.
So I don't know what's going on, but I guess we'll hold off on that.
I don't know if the fights.
I don't think our guy's going up there yet. Right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, can't really tell.
Yeah, just that on mute for a sec.
Yeah, it's on mute. Anyway, Sean, what were you saying?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Unfortunately, I'm talking to you from my backup computer because, as we do with any software that's going out, we always have certain problems on different operating systems. Unfortunately, the computer that I was working with, that I was setting up for the atomic swap, is no longer functioning.
Oh no!
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, that's life. Software development. There's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Oh no! So we probably won't be able to show the demo.
Unfortunately, no, not right.
Okay. Were you able to try one yet yourself personally, or is that going to be your first shot?
Oh yes, I was doing some earlier, actually yesterday. So unfortunately, getting it all set up pre-cached and everything on this computer that I can that actually has my ability to have the second monitor on it. That just didn't work.
All right. Well, we'll try again another time. So what was the atomic swap process like for you? What was the process?
Oh, for my case, I was just testing between two separate instances. In my case, I had some StageNet BTC and XMR, the StageNet. And with that, if you have one instance set up, you can quickly go through the swap UI. What you need is both sides need to have a separate swap UI set up. That the person who's doing the money market making is the person who has the XMR. And this is, by the way, this is with a commit system. The Farcaster and the other swaps are not available for really prime time readiness right now. But there's a couple people right now. There's some recent posts by a couple people showing that they're actually going live on production, not with StageNet and TestNet, but actually live production with real Bitcoin and real XMR and able to do this swap. But the protocol right now is set yourself up as a market maker and establish how much XMR you currently are going to sell in the BTC price you'd like to have. You can try to associate that in a lock where you say, this is the amount that I'm willing to sell everything for this particular XMR, and then the other side provides the exact amount of BTC. It's actually very specific. Even if it's off by like 1 Satoshi in the amount that somebody suggests, it won't work correctly. So it's very sensitive right now. I guess in the future, as the UI develops, there can be a little bit better change in, say, what's the ratios and what you're willing to put and hold and things like that. But the current setup and the way it exists right now without Taproot is you have to start everything from the XMR side. Once you have that going, once you say, here's the amount that I'm willing to sell you, and I want this amount of BTCs and Satoshi back, you then actually communicate over an RPC. Usually it's going to be communicating over Tor, and you can have two random strangers commit to that particular transaction, and the atomic transaction will go on behind the scenes. So you just basically fire it and forget it. After the XMR person sets the whole thing up, you say all the details. The other side, the market committer, will then, using the same UI, go and say, I want to accept this particular transaction and commit to it, and the communication starts.
And so wait, you use commit or you use Farcaster?
I'm using commit right now. I think
Right.
Farcaster is just not ready yet.
Yes.
So from this side, everything's in the XMR as the market making rather
Gotcha,
than the BTC.
Very, very exciting. But you're saying you think we could expect the Farcaster implementation to be live soon as well?
Well, they have a separate communication system that I haven't been following right now. So I know of some of the people who are talking about that, but I've just been on the commit side almost exclusively right now because they're kind of integrated with the rest of the communication systems we have for Monero. They're on Matrix and everything, so it's easy to follow them.
Okay. Very exciting stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could try another time to actually, demo and show people. Maybe Sean, when you get up and running, or we'll get somebody else on here to do it.
Oh, yeah.
It would be cool to just let people see it. See what it actually looks like and what's involved. I haven't tried it yet. I'm not technically savvy enough to really give it a go. So I'd rather have somebody else come on and do it.
There's a question here.
Oh, we got a question? Okay.
Yeah. Does anybody know if the atomic transaction can be stopped by a third party?
No, that's the magic of it. It's it's essentially unstoppable in that regard. There's no third party involved.
Right. It's technically called multi-party computation. So unless somebody is able to find and block Tor on either of the two sides, that's pretty much it. It's going to go through no matter what. And even then,
We lost you,
roll
Sean.
back. This is a pure. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep,
Yeah,
we got
now.
you.
Yep.
Okay, that's good. This is a pure atomic swap. So even if somebody were to close your Tor channel for your MPC, it still won't matter. Everything will roll back to right where you were at the beginning, and no one will lose anything. So the worst case somebody can do is just grief you, but even that's incredibly difficult to do. So yeah, this is pure. It's perfect.
I'm sorry. The worst thing they could do is what?
Oh, the worst thing somebody can do is grief you by trying to prevent the transaction from happening. But even then, everything just rolls back, and you're no harm, no foul. The worst case scenario is you'll lose the transaction fees, which isn't going to be much in this case.
How is it that they would try to prevent you from doing it, though?
Well, the protocol itself, currently the commit system, because it's brand new and the UI is pretty little bit glitchy. Somebody can just start spamming false transactions through that. But even if they do that, again, it's atomic, so you won't really lose anything. People can falsely claim to have some information or some BTC on one side, or falsely set up a transaction and spoof everything, and then just not go through with it. So it's all just maybe a kind of like denial and griefing attacks, but you'll never be able to lose anything no matter what. You'll never lose value in this case.
Isn't this a case of the type of attacks you can launch against Tor? Like
I'm sorry,
DDoS attack, like DDoS attacks against Tor?
He's saying DDoS attacks.
Distributed denial of service attacks against Tor, yes.
That's basically the only main attack that exists right now, is to take out the commit server itself, try to block it with like a Tor DDoS attack or something like that. Just grief everything.
Yeah, okay.
And so those are what we can do is simply switch over to some other service, and that's all. Just a regular DDoS attack, but it's unlikely to occur because anytime this goes into production, the user experience starts increasing. There's going to be a lot more decentralized servers, making a DDoS attack much harder. So in any given instance, it'll just switch over to something else. But that hasn't been implemented yet. because it's so brand new. This production didn't actually occur until about 48 hours ago. This was, I think, Thursday night that somebody actually was able to make the very first transaction live on production between two unknown parties. So yeah, this is about as brand new as you could possibly get. And so everything's slowly coming to play.
Exciting stuff. Yeah, we saw Seth tweeting about it, and I believe he wrote up a guide on how to do it as well, correct? Seth for Privacy?
Yes. Yes, Seth for Privacy's website is fantastic. He has exactly what you need to do step by step.
Very cool. Yeah, Seth, I know we were trying to get you on. Did he say he might pop on?
He said he might pop on, but
Okay.
I don't know if it's up in it. I'm talking to the MMA fighter right now.
Okay, what's going on with the MMA fighter?
We're trying to figure out it's gonna be, should we just, there are a lot of more fights before him.
Oh no.
It's gonna be a few more hours.
A few more hours. Oh boy.
I'll tell them to stream right now.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if
leave
we're
it
gonna have
on
the
for
stamina for that. It's already been a long day.
I know. Well, I'll tell them to stream right now.
They're in Cali.
When? Yeah, that's true. When is your fight? All right, guys, we're trying to like coordinate everything.
Yeah, so I mean that was the hope to get to stream the fight live.
Yeah, but yeah, I originally thought it was like from 11 to 12 our time.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're saying 11 p.m. West Coast. I don't know. I guess so at this rate, which is like crazy. That means it's
it's gonna be 11 p.m. West
I don't know.
Oh my god.
No people in the chat. Well, let's get comfy, done. Yeah, let's get comfy. I'm trying to figure this out.
I mean, we really want to make this happen.
I'm last 15. It's hard to say. If everyone goes the full rounds, then we'll be an hour or two. If everyone gets ended in the first round, it'll be, it all depends on the fight, basically.
Okay, how fast the other fights go.
Let them all.
I really know nothing about MMA fighting.
I'll tell them to turn on the stream now. Okay, yeah, because I'm sure people want to watch. Okay.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
Get it going. We can have it on the side.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hopefully we could.
I mean, I'll just This is pretty funny, but let's see. Let's see if they log on now. I don't know. They're supposed to be logging on soon. Anywho's, this is
Arctic Mime. I feel like we should jump back to the topic of the Monero policy working group.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit more.
Sure.
So just to explain deeper, so what exactly, I know you guys submitted your comments, but what was it really in response to? What prompted you guys to submit these comments in the first place?
Well, the European Commission is doing, it's actually a multi-phase set of proposals with respect to anti-money laundering. And there is what they call a regulation and what they call a directive. And if I'm getting to the specifics of EU governance, a regulation is binding on the states, and a directive the states have to implement. So there's a whole, it's about four or five different aspects to this. And what we are actually going to be commenting on the rest of them, but the earliest deadline was on the 20th of August, was to this public-private partnership portion of that. And that's what we submitted our comments on for that particular one. And we focused to a significant degree on the question of blockchain surveillance or chain analysis and the issues and ramifications with that. Primarily the concerns being the stuff, this is fundamentally in many ways prone to significant error. It is a probabilistic thing. Innocent people can be accused. And a host of other issues that are associated with it. Sort of the broader context of this is that because Monero basically breaks chain analysis, there's been a considerable pushback against Monero and delistings that to a large degree are attributable to the fact that these companies cannot do this kind of surveillance on the Monero blockchain. And there's been this is starting to come to a head to a large degree in 2019, although somewhat earlier before then. And there were various responses on the part of the Monero community. The first one was a Perkins Coie paper. And then there was Comply First, which is the project that Justin Ironhofer launched. And then there's a Monero Policy Group, which we are engaging with regulators in order to put a different perspective to just the narrative of these companies, which basically are saying that you could deduce everything from examining the public blockchain. And of course, one of the things that we commented on is that there are considerable risks associated for innocent individuals, and for people who can be framed by a criminal organization or a terrorist organization. And in fact, in some situations, it can even end up aiding and abetting the very thing you're trying to prevent. You end up aiding and abetting money laundering and terrorist financing. And the scenario that we included, I illustrated an example where that could happen. So there's considerable risk with this. It's a fair amount of controversy in it. The other element of it, of course, is that there has been already doubts indicated by, for example, FinCEN, by the Financial Action Task Force. And they're starting to ask questions that say, well, this isn't really the panacea that we thought it was. So there's starting to be some doubts on the part of regulators. And of course, what's happened in the United States in December is that there's been a shift away from that to some degree, in the sense that of treatment of cryptocurrencies or virtual currencies as essentially the same way you would treat a fungible asset such as cash. And this was in the legislation that occurred in December of last year. So that's kind of the context of this. So this is a second phase of submissions to the European Commission, but it's sort of an ongoing context.
So, I mean, what do you think their response is going to be to these comments? I mean, are you think these comments are actually going to be heard in a high regard? Are they going to be taken into regard? What's your feel there?
My feel is it's going to have an influence. It may not have an immediate influence, but since there's already doubts about this at the regulator level, if you start asking questions and yes, I think these things have an impact. You may not see the impact right away, but definitely it will have an impact, particularly if the way it was being done, where we're approaching it on a fairly systematic basis across multiple regulators. I mean, we presented to FinCEN, we responded to the Financial Action Task Force. So it has a cumulative effect, yes. And that's the goal. It's just to put another perspective in front of these regulators so they realize that it's not just, there's a different side to the question.
Mm-hmm. Ultimately, where do you think it's headed with the European Union and how they end up treating something like Monero?
It's really tough to say. I mean, in some respects, it may be a tougher. I sometimes feel it might be harder than case than the United States, but it's really. I think it depends on how much they're going to rely on the surveillance approach of the blockchains, and I think that's where I think there's less recognition there than there is in the United States right now. If you ask me, simply because I haven't seen specific questions coming out of the European Union with respect to blockchain surveillance or chain analysis, and I have seen them in the case of the United States. But it's an engagement process. I mean, we have to sort of proceed with that.
Mm-hmm. And in the paper, too, you spoke about something which recently you had mentioned when we spoke to you last, essentially this concept of chain analysis ultimately not being scalable.
Yes, this is a major problem because one of the things that, and this was actually hinted at in, I think it was hinted by FinCEN at one point. And one of the problems with it is this, is that if you think about the problem in terms of the binomial theorem. And if you have like n outputs on a blockchain, and you have k outputs that are tainted in some fashion, that you're trying to choose from among the n outputs. Well, what you really have is a binomial coefficient, and that is order of n factorial. So if n is growing, say, linearly or exponentially or a slow exponential, which is what's happening with blockchains, you really get to a point where the thing is just totally untenable. And I think this is a serious problem. It was interesting because when I looked at the GraphSense project, which is an open source project that did that, they were talking about terabytes of RAM to sort of deal with something like Bitcoin, versus, say, you could get away with about, I think it was 64 gigabytes for Dash. Now, Dash is a very small blockchain, so it's kind of the easiest one to do this on. But as this blockchain grows, then you have this problem, this order of n factorial, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to do correlations between outputs to try to find the links between all the combinations of these k outputs, which are tainted in some way, shape, or form, with respect to the n outputs. So I think it's a mathematical problem that they have, which is fundamental. And yes, I think with time, this is going to break down. I don't think it's tenable. It's just too much data.
And why make that point in the comments that you made to the EU? What was kind of the essence of bringing it up?
The essence is, look, you're going to have to treat this as a fungible asset. You're going to have to effectively treat cryptocurrencies the same way as you're going to treat cash or precious metals. This approach of trying to do this type of surveillance on the blockchain is likely not going to get you anywhere.
Mm-hmm. And it may lead to false positives where innocent people might end up getting in trouble because of it.
And not only that, you also get false negatives where you actually, you may actually have a criminal that looks much better than they should. Mm-hmm. So it's both false positives and false negatives.
Yeah, I thought that scenario that you guys described was pretty interesting. Who
Yes.
came up with that? That was an interesting story. That
yeah, it is. I mean, it's a joint effort. Everybody's collaborating, editing, and so on.
Do you think that that's a kind of a realistic? Obviously, I guess you do, right? That's something that could realistically happen. So this site, if you want to describe it a little bit, you guys.
Well, the key element there is that you're doing transactions off chain. So the criminal transactions were actually involved not doing a transaction on the blockchain, but instead trading the actual private key. Mm-hmm. So when you look at the blockchain itself, nothing has happened. That's the key point. And the two transactions that are of a criminal nature, which is the extortion transaction that takes place, and then the swap between James and Charlie, those two are not occurring on the blockchain itself. And that's the point that a chain analysis company will never be able to pick up. Now, you would argue, well, how do you enforce that? Because in a general scenario, you wouldn't. And of course, the answer, is that a criminal or criminals have a significant advantage there, because basically they can enforce it out of off-chain and kind of put it in a mild way. It could be very violent how you enforce it. So essentially, if you move the Bitcoins, we're going to do this and that to the person. Mm-hmm. So that's essentially the essence of it. So you're doing it off-chain, so then you can't trace it. And the minute you do that, you open the door to the actual framing of the innocent person, while essentially allowing the criminals to sort of launder their money and escape the picture.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary scenario, but I guess it's something that could actually happen, right? The
other thing that I would point out, because this is one of the big things, is chain analysis and blockchain surveillance works. Actually, there's a few edge cases where it works. And typically, the scenario where it kind of works well is, let's say you've got 100 Bitcoins from some questionable source. Mm-hmm. And you break them up into, let's say, 5,000 outputs of 0.02 Bitcoin each or something like that. And then you run each one of these outputs through a mixer or some sort of laundering process. At this point, you have nothing. But when you try to reassemble the whole thing back together, that's when you get the correlation statistics. The biggest problem that I see with this is when it's applied not on funds that are going into an exchange or a VASP, but rather when it's applied when funds that are withdrawn from a VASP, because there you have nothing. So someone who withdraws funds from a VASP, even innocently spends the money, the Bitcoin, to somebody else, and then that person turns around and sends the Bitcoin to a DNM market or whatever. Well, it flows back to the person who actually withdrew it from the VASP, and they have no control about that. It's like if you were to withdraw $100 from a bank, you go to a business and you spend that $100 bill, and then the business maybe spends an extra, and then about 2-3 hops down the road, someone decides to roll it up and snort cocaine with it. And then you test the bill and you track the serial number and you say, well, wait a minute, this person withdrew it from the bank, so they're responsible.
Right.
I mean, that's essentially what's happening. And there's nothing the person can do to prevent that. Because if you're on the other side, if you're in the side where you could do your own chain analysis yourself, or you could actually try to figure out whether they're tainted or not. But you have no control of what happens to that Bitcoin once you spend it.
Right, and these are obviously good arguments as to why using something like Monero makes sense.
Well, absolutely, because essentially what happens is you have a very strong argument for using Monero, and the argument becomes is if I spend Monero, well, I don't have to worry what that person's going to do with the Monero afterwards. But I don't have to worry that maybe that person gets threatened by a terrorist or whatever, and they have to turn the Monero over or whatever. So that's not my problem anymore.
Do you ever think we get to the point where governments mandate Bitcoin's fungibility?
Well, I mean, in some degree, it's occurred in El Salvador, because the minute you make a legal tender, you're making it fungible.
Right, so we're starting to already see that a little bit.
Yeah, so that's a phenomenon. I think it becomes a question of practicality. The other big one, of course, is the stolen money problem, which is was it actually stolen? And this goes back with currency. It goes back to, well, one of the earliest cases that I heard of was occurred in the 18th century in Scotland. And it's called Crawford versus Royal Bank, about the 1750s that it occurred. And essentially what happened there is that this guy Crawford turned around and he marked the bills. And then they were stolen and then sued the bank when they showed up somewhere else. And the bank won in the courts. It was interesting. This was in Scots law in Scotland. And it was one of the very early cases of fungibility in currency. Of course, what happens right now with most currency is that you cannot break. You can't argue that just because, say, a $20 bill is contaminated with cocaine, which obviously implies it was used in a illegal act, that bill is no longer legal tender.
Right, it's always legal tender.
That's right. That's essentially the issue. So the minute you make Bitcoin legal tender, I think that's a major significant amount.
Right. But effectively, it's still not fungible, and it could be tracked and traced. And so even if the El Salvadorian government is saying it's legal tender, it doesn't mean corporations and others can misuse or can take advantage of the fact that Bitcoin is traceable and
I'd be careful with that, because I mean, even Bitcoin without there's a fair amount of uncertainty in that. I think it's been overblown that Bitcoin is a perfect surveillance coin. It's actually a lousy surveillance coin. There's a difference between perfect surveillance and perfect privacy. And there's a big space in between. And Monero is close to perfect privacy. But in Bitcoin, it's kind of somewhere in the middle. I don't see it as close to perfect surveillance. So you have this gray area in the middle where, yeah, you can make it work in some cases. But I think the idea, the reliability of this has been overblown. And I think for a large degree, because these companies have gone to great degrees to hide behind NDAs, like you can't just go and say, okay, fine, I'm going to take a bunch of Bitcoin addresses and I'm going to go to 6 different chain analysis companies and I'm going to put them into their systems, and then I'm going to compare the results and see if they give me the same results or similar results. In fact, there was a case where I believe a person on the darknet offered a service with anti-analysis, and Elliptic got a window, and they said that this was a scam and blah 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 blah. And it turned out it was a white label of another competitor, and it was totally different results what Elliptic was getting. And they wrote a blog on this. So there's a lot of uncertainty, especially when you're dealing with these situations out leaving a BASP and stuff like that. It becomes very, very hard to do it because you don't have the statistics.
So we got Seth on.
Yep.
Sorry to jump around here. Seth, what's going on?
Hey guys, sorry I was a little bit late.
No worries.
Thanks for joining us.
What do you think? You wanna try to demo the atomic swap?
I'm game to give it a try. Did you have Bitcoin you wanted to send to the swap on your end? Do you want me to do the whole thing?
I don't have Bitcoin.
I only have Bitcoin because of running the the swap provider. So I can I can go and demo swapping it back for Monero. It'll take a little bit, so I don't know how long we'll.
Yeah, well, I think we have
hang on,
plenty of time because the fight's not going on for a
No,
while.
it's good. Yeah,
I don't know if
it's
we're all gonna make it, guys. I don't know if we're gonna make it to the fight. Do we know how many more fights we have until we're up?
he's messaging me. He's DMing me. So anytime soon.
Okay.
I was asking if he can zoom in. But
Oh yeah, he should try to pop in.
Yeah. Well, no, zoom in. If his people can zoom in with the camera.
Zoom
yeah,
in.
zoom in. No, I'm assuming he can't. I don't know.
Yeah, he should try to on camera though.
But they can't, they said, because of StreamYard. I guess you can't really zoom in with
Oh yeah. They'll just have
but
to
they're
get
gonna figure it
closer.
out.
Maybe when he's up, they could like kind of walk up to the stage.
They're on though. They're troopers. They have
Yeah.
two different angles. This is one.
It looks
This is
pretty
the
cool.
other. Oh wait, I can't zoom it in. There you go.
Oh yeah, I think.
I don't know which one's better, guys.
Can't
What do you
really-
guys think?
I think the other one's
The other
closer.
one, yeah.
I think the other one's closer. Yeah.
There you go. You can see what's kind of going on.
Yeah, but
Can't really
we'll
zoom
wait
in.
for the real fight. So, Seth, yeah, let's give it a go because I think we have plenty of time.
Oh yeah, people are looking forward to that.
Seth, any comments on what Arctic Mine was saying there?
Yeah, we chatted a little bit DEF CON. I definitely disagree on the surveillance angle and on the scaling of surveillance making surveillance long-term impossible. Not that I know that won't happen, but I tend to lean on the side of caution in assuming that something will happen in the future and that there won't be some kind of breakthrough that allows them to properly handle all that data. I think the other point that I brought up in the past is that the nice thing for surveillance companies with Bitcoin and other blockchains is that the data is published forever in a format that they don't have to even store. Anytime they want to go back and surveil the chain, they just pull up a block explorer, they pull up an existing node. If they want to, they could run a node and use it, but they could also just rely on public node infrastructure to actually pull through the data that they need to perform surveillance. So I'm definitely hesitant to assume that the scaling of chain surveillance will make it impossible. That's definitely an optimistic scenario. If that's true, that would definitely be good for Bitcoin. That maybe just the scale of Bitcoin long-term will be enough to make it impossible. Hopefully that will be true, but we'll definitely see. I like to lean on the side of caution, and Monero is just it's easier. It's better for privacy. It's more difficult for chain surveillance. So I think it's definitely a better thing to onboard people to, but hopefully long-term Bitcoin will be fine as well. And hopefully tools like Samurai Wallet and others will help to complicate chain surveillance, both for the people actually actively using the tools and for others, just because there are people choosing to use the tools. But
and atomic swaps, right?
Yeah, I think Arctimines made some really good points on how atomic swaps, especially after Taproot, will help privacy for both Bitcoin and Monero, because you'll have increased volume and transaction volume in Monero. And obviously you'll have people in Bitcoin swapping back and forth from Bitcoin to Monero in a fashion that's difficult to ascertain what's going on, because you'll be able to see that it's a Taproot style transaction, but you won't be able to see exactly what the script is. So it won't be immediately transparent that you are performing an atomic swap or not, especially as Taproot style transaction adoption hopefully takes off pretty quickly. So that'll be a big jump. And I mean, even if someone does know you're doing an atomic swap, the beauty is A, it's unstoppable, and B, you're swapping into Monero where they're going to lose the trail anyways. So it's really definitely it's a win-win for everybody.
The biggest hurdle with atomic swaps seems to be that nobody wants to swap their Monero for Bitcoin, though, right? That's it's nobody's really lining up to. I mean, you're doing it kind of as a service, right? But
yeah,
I don't think people are really lining up to swap their Monero for questionable Bitcoin, right?
I mean, there's been already quite a few people jumping in. Let me just see if I can share my screen. Can you see this?
Yeah, I gotta add to the stream. Hold on.
See if you can make that the main.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh no, where'd your screen go?
It shows for me here still, but
hold on.
There you go.
It's not showing on our screen for some reason. Let me remove and add. Hold on a second.
Who's this Deathwalk 3, man? This guy is on a rampage over here.
Oh, who?
In the comments.
Oh, he's just nonstop.
Why are you here, man?
Stop banning me. Yeah. Well, obviously, you know why I'm banning you.
Are you banning him?
Yeah, because he keeps like saying nonsense.
He was complaining how bored he was, but yet he just
has nothing. I'll stop banning you once. Then he started saying.
Deathwalker, are you into Monero? Are you? Let's get a comment there. Are you into Monero, or are you just trolling over here?
No, he's trolling. He started saying very mean words. So we're not gonna
one of those.
Get into that.
Always the fun of a live stream.
Yeah, I know. And he's like, yeah. Then he just started talking nonsense. So they kept blocking him, but then he kept coming up with like a new screen name. I guess I don't even know how he keeps logging in.
Are you into Monero?
He's like he's at 3. So if I ban him again, he'll be at 4 or something. Okay. So keep him coming, my friend.
I think he's here for the fight, which is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
We hope to get the fight up.
Be patient, my friend. Yeah. Be patient.
All right, so we got things going on.
Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Perfect. So I'll break this down just a little bit. So I have a blog post on this that walks people through if you're interested in trying it out. This is live on mainnet. I'm swapping real Bitcoin for real Monero. I'm going to be swapping with someone else's Monero swap provider using my Bitcoin that I've just gotten through doing atomic swaps. A really simple explanation for people who aren't familiar with what atomic swaps are. Basically, atomic swaps let you use the security provided by both blockchains, in this case, Bitcoin and Monero, and tools that are built on those blockchains, like scripting functionality, or kind of using signatures to prove that you'll do one thing or do another. And that allows you to use those tools to perform a swap in such a way that either the swap will go through and both parties will get their Bitcoin or Monero, whatever side that they're on, or the swap will fail and both sides will get their Bitcoin or Monero back, whatever they put into the trade, minus transaction fees, of course. And the beauty of that is you don't need any arbitrator. There's no third party that you need to trust to decide how a swap went, if the person was honest or malicious or whatever. You're deciding that all of that using on-chain tools. You're relying on Bitcoin and Monero, and then the toolkit that you're actually using on top of that. In this case, the tools that are built by the Comint network. And you also don't need a custodian. The funds are never custodied by someone else. They're either yours all the way until the swap completes successfully, and then obviously you swap funds for Bitcoin or Monero, depending on which side you're on, or the funds never leave your custody. So that's really the two main advantages: is there's no custodian, there's no third party, no arbitrator, there's no middleman, nothing like that. You're just relying on the security assurances of Bitcoin and Monero to allow you to do a swap in a way that is permissionless, uncensorable, and relatively private. Right now in Bitcoin, because we don't have Taproot yet, it is apparent that you're doing an atomic swap because the scripting that you need for the atomic swap on Bitcoin is essentially not hidden the way that Bitcoin transactions currently work. But once we do have Taproot, and especially with the Farcaster atomic swap protocol, the actual swap script that you use will be hidden. So it won't be easy for people to tell that you even are doing an atomic swap on the Bitcoin side. But a quick breakdown of what I'm doing here. So you can see this first command that I ran is just a really simple list sellers command. It just lets me connect to this rendezvous point, which you can think of as just like a forum or a kind of a market board or an order board. It just lets me basically see who is selling Monero, gives me all the information I need about them as a seller so that I can choose who I want to actually swap with.
You describe all this in your tutorial. So like
Mhm.
me and I mean, we're not command line type people. So
Yeah.
do you think it's we could pull this off? Is it pretty straightforward? What can possibly go wrong? What are like kind of the
Yeah, I mean it's
that go
pretty
wrong?
straightforward. It's definitely not super user friendly yet because you do have to use the CLI some.
Yeah.
This website, unstoppableswap.net, was set up by somebody who's been kind of helping out with atomic swaps from pretty early on with the Commit network.
Mhm.
It really simplifies things. So, like for instance, you want to swap with my provider, it helps you just simplify. This is how much Bitcoin I want to swap. This is how much Monero.
How
I'm
many
not going to use
providers
this.
are
There were 4 Monero sellers earlier today on mainnet. There's 3 right now, so one of them must just be offline for right now. But
Okay.
yeah, we've had up to 4, and the 4th had very high limits and a very, very low spread. So it's good to see more people jump in, especially that are willing to do higher volume. So hopefully they'll be back online. But there definitely have been people
what is the
jumping in.
exchange rate looking like with this compared to traditional methods for exchanging Monero and Bitcoin?
Yeah, so you can see when you run this list sellers command, you can see the price that specific seller is offering. You can see like I started out really early and I really don't want to sell my Monero. So I had a really high spread just to let people test it out. I know I'm going to have to, I did a lot of work to get this set up and all that. So I started with a high spread and thankfully other people have jumped in and undercut me massively. So almost no one's been swapping with me because obviously I have by far the worst exchange rate. But it'll tell you when you do list sellers what the current price that seller is offering is. This is a bit above market rate, I think, right now. The one big seller that was online earlier was basically market rate. The only thing to keep in mind is you do have transaction fees involved, but Bitcoin fees right now are really low, and Monero fees are always low. So the fees themselves aren't bad right now, at least, but in the future, if like Bitcoin fees spike again, that can definitely be problematic for atomic swaps because you rely on the Bitcoin blockchain itself to process things. So you obviously have to pay transaction fees on that.
I mean, so there's only like 3 or 4 providers right now, so it's really hard to assess whether or not the prices we're seeing here are reflecting what the market's going to end up at, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would expect similarly to like local Monero, that kind of thing. I would expect the spread to get down to like 3 to 5% being the norm. That's pretty normal for non-KYC ways to acquire Monero. Just because I've talked about this in other places, but it's important for people to realize that the price that you get at a KYC exchange is a discount that you get for providing all of your personal information. So when you can acquire Monero in this way without KYC, which is know your customer information, without providing any ID, anything like that, it's much more private, it's much more permissionless, and it's well worth paying a few percent on top of what you think is market rate, because that's what people are paying when they're giving up all of their data. So I think it's important to remember, like, yes, you're paying a little bit more, but you're getting a lot of privacy just for never attaching your personal details to a blockchain, which is a very important thing.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's worth a little bit of extra percentage there.
Yeah, and it's a pretty painless process when you jump into it, especially in my blog post, which let me just pull that up real quick. I can just kind of quickly show. I break down both ways to make the swap. The first one is what I'm going to do, which is just using the CLI itself directly, just because I'm familiar with that. And this is what you do no matter how you're swapping at the moment. It's always through the CLI, but Unstoppable Swap simplifies the process by actually building the command for you. So you end up just having to copy and paste, and it'll download the tool, it'll run the command, do the swap. You only have to copy and paste that one command. So it simplifies the process a lot. So I show that in the blog. I show, like, if you want to use Unstoppable Swap, how to roll through that. Just put in all the details, put in the Monero payout address, Bitcoin refund. Depending on what OS you're on, it'll give you specific tips on how to get into the terminal if you're not familiar with how to do that. And then here you can see that it builds the very specific command that you need. So you literally just copy it, paste it in the terminal, hit enter, and it does its thing.
Very cool. You wanna give it a go?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, listed sellers. I went ahead and chose this one. It's the best market rate right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and go for that. Obviously, call out, don't reuse a sub address when you're doing these swaps. And that's generally just best practice with Monero. Try to use a new sub address whenever you're interacting with a new entity specifically, or per transaction, but at least per entity you're transacting with. And then same thing on the Bitcoin side, the change address. This is only if the swap fails. Since I'm the one providing Bitcoin, if the swap fails, I need an address to be able to send the Bitcoin back to that I control. So this address is just a receive address that I control. And then the last parameter is just this seller connection string. And this just tells the swap tool where to reach the seller, what the peer ID is, all the details it needs to be able to properly communicate with them.
Very cool.
Kick that off, make sure Samurai wallet's good. Only using post-mix funds, of course. Yep, so you can see communicated with the seller, got all the details it needed, set the current price, and it also tells me the minimum and max that the seller will do in a single trade. So you can see there that right now the maxes are pretty low. I'd expect those to increase over time, but it really just depends on what the seller.
What is the max there right now? It's like
right now is 0.0019 Bitcoin.
Cool.
So yeah, like $100, I think, something like that.
Arctic, have you given this a shot yet?
No, actually, I haven't. I've actually, I'm basically a buy and hold or an observer on this whole thing. I did want to make a comment. I mean, Seth made a very valuable point, is that you can't, the fact that it's unreliable, you can't rely for privacy. You have a sort of a range between perfect surveillance and perfect privacy. And the fact that you don't have perfect surveillance doesn't mean you have any reasonable privacy. So just because, so that's an important point to realize. So what I'm saying, the questionability is they don't have perfect surveillance. So we have to be careful to say that the fact that it's flawed is actually a potential danger, because you could actually get these false accusations. So it's a very important point to recognize. So the failure of surveillance doesn't necessarily mean that you have privacy. So
I actually don't think I have any funds available to spend, so this may not work out. I don't think either of... Go ahead, Arctic Man.
Oh, sure. I haven't actually been that active in trading Monero for Bitcoin at all for a while, since I found providers that go straight. I generally prefer to go straight from Monero into fiat currencies, actually, to tell you the truth, and avoid all of this personally, but that's just a personal preference.
That's definitely, I guess, ideal if you can pull it off.
Well, I mean, if you find if you're going to go with AML KYC, you want to basically try to avoid going through Bitcoin, period. And from my perspective, that's if I find a provider in Canada, for example, that can do that, then and the amounts that I wanted to trade, then yeah, I mean, I just go straight from one to the other, and then I avoid this kind of gray area, whether the Bitcoins are good or bad, or what the history is, and all that kind of thing. So that's kind of where I'm at.
All right, Seth, what were you saying? You don't have the funds?
I don't think I actually do. Double checking, but I don't. I think they're still in the midst of mixing. I thought that they finished earlier, but I think that Whirlpool.
Oh, your Bitcoin funds aren't.
Yeah, unfortunately. If anyone has Bitcoin that they want to send to that QR address, that QR code,
Yeah,
go for it.
Yeah, it's.
It'll be a donation, but if you hit me up with a Monero address afterwards, I'll send it back with a little tip.
The other interesting thing is the need to mix, and I kind of agree with that because of the potential risk with that the swap gets traced back to you on the Bitcoin side.
Let me see.
We put Seth's screen back up.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got it. Whirlpool had crashed when I started back up. It recognized
Let's see.
that everything was mixed.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, I did full now. Okay.
See what fees are at the moment.
Transaction rates are very low
Yeah,
in Bitcoin, so I don't think it's going to be a lot of pressure there.
good time for this.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yep. So just sent from Samurai Wallet. I just went ahead and did the max, but obviously you can send anything between the minimum and maximum, and it'll decide how much Monero to send back based on that.
Cool.
So you can see it sees
the
Bitcoin.
What happened now? Can you explain what happened?
Yeah. So I sent in Bitcoin. Essentially, what'll happen now is it's sending into an internal wallet that's within the tool.
Mhm.
So the tool can recognize that it's there. You can see that it received the Bitcoin transaction that I just sent. It started a new swap. You can see the actual fees that are involved. Very low right now. Like Arctic might mention, the Bitcoin network's pretty slow. So I was just able to do 1 sat per VByte.
That's good.
Yeah, super nice. You can see that the first step is that I publish a Bitcoin transaction that actually locks the funds in such a way that either the swap will go through or I'll get them back. There is also a third scenario, which is called a punish, and that's only if you essentially lock funds and then disappear and never come back. And it's just a way to make sure that if someone tries to perform what's called a denial of service attack, basically, if they keep connecting, keeps locking Bitcoin, but never actually complete the swap, they're also locking the funds on the Monero side of the seller. And so the punish allows the seller to claim those Bitcoin if the buyer never actually comes back online. And it's just to make sure that somebody doesn't attack the sellers by forcing them to lock up Monero over and over and over again, but never actually complete or fail the swap.
Okay.
But most people don't need to worry about that. You run the tool, you just let it run for about the 30 minutes it takes to complete the transaction, and then everybody ends up happy.
How many confirmations on the Bitcoin network?
I think the lock requires 0 comps, and then the Monero lock I think is 10, and then the Bitcoin redeem, the joint transaction to redeem Bitcoin and then send Monero is I think 2 comps for the final. But I think it releases the Monero at the beginning of that 2 comp cycle. But
so now we're just waiting for the confirmations.
yep. So right now I've locked the Bitcoin. So I locked it and then I sent over info to the seller to tell them that I've locked it, the proof that I've locked it properly, and now their client is pulling Monero out of their wallet. They're locking it, and then they're going to send me over the proof that it's locked. And you'll see that it'll say that we're waiting for 10 transaction confirmations on the Monero side shortly. But first, the seller has to actually lock those Monero and then send me the proof.
Now, is the seller, is this automated on the seller side?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the seller just runs a very, very simple process that handles this. Or I shouldn't say simple, but they run a single service that handles this. It connects to the Monero blockchain, to the Bitcoin blockchain, monitors both, and then it has a Monero wallet that it uses Monero wallet RPC to actually control, to send funds, view funds, that kind of thing. But it's all automated. Like I have an ASB running right now that doesn't require any interaction. I don't have to approve or deny swaps. It's just automatic.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
So the sellers could basically just set this thing up and then allow the buyers to come in and use the swap automatically.
Yep. And you could obviously only run it for specific times. You could only run it for specific, like if you have a group where you're chatting with people and a specific person wants to buy, this is a really nice way to be able to trustlessly swap Bitcoin for Monero. Like previously, I would have never been fine with just a random person giving me Bitcoin for my Monero, but now this is a way that I would feel comfortable with that. Just keep my broker service up to date, keep it ready, and then whenever I want to swap with someone, just spin it up real quick. They can connect, they can do the swap, and then I can shut it down. It's not something you have to leave running all the time, but obviously if you want to, you can. And I've left mine running so far, but I'll probably be shutting it down soon if the other sellers stick around.
It's pretty wild. How much? What's the biggest swap you think we'll see like coming up here? I mean, you think like if you were, what's your max at now? So as a provider, what's the max that you're currently?
Mine's really low, so you can see right here. Mine's 0.001, so about $50. Like I said, I don't really want to sell my Monero. I don't really want Bitcoin at this point.
The other providers, does anybody have like a large, kind of relatively large max set on the Monero side?
0.05 BTC is the largest right now, but there was a seller online earlier that I think was it was either 0.2 or 0.02, which is the biggest so far.
It'd be interesting to see if somebody put a large max on the Monero side, if somebody came in and tried to swap with it. I'm pretty sure it was the Comet guys had talked about that they have an actual market maker that was going to get involved with Bitcoin Monero atomic swaps and market make the Monero side. So that would be nice. I hope that someone does that as like a full-time thing. It's not something I'm comfortable with, especially not publicly. So I wouldn't be doing that full-time, but I would hope that we'll see people doing that. It's definitely, there will be a market for it. And I know that like Samurai Wallet guys have talked quite a bit about people ready to start swapping toxic change into Monero, and atomic swaps is a really good way for them to do that. So there should be quite a bit of liquidity waiting on the Samurai Wallet side. But we'll see. I mean, that also really, most of that liquidity will only be unlocked or start being used when Samurai actually integrates atomic swaps into Samurai Wallet. So I think that'll be a big deal for getting the Bitcoin liquidity online, but it's important that there is Monero liquidity. And I know we talk a lot about not wanting to swap Monero for Bitcoin because it could be tainted, or because obviously handling Bitcoin is more difficult, preserving your own privacy while using Bitcoin is more difficult. But I do hope that there are people who understand how Bitcoin works, who understand the risks in using Bitcoin, and are willing to market make in some capacity, or just to sell Monero to acquire Bitcoin if they want that. It's great to have the tool available. I won't be somebody who's doing that long term, but I do hope that others will be game to step up and put in some liquidity on the Monero side and just help to keep that gateway open, at least for now. And I think as we see potential regulation shift, or as we see exchange delistings or something like that, if that does happen, I don't know that will happen, but if that does happen, that'll drive people towards solutions like atomic swaps. Yeah, James is saying, what will you do if you get dirty BTC? Well, like you said, I guess you're really not going to be using this much yourself, but
yeah, I mean that'll be up to the person who's sitting on the seller side. It depends. I mean, it really depends on what you're going to use the Bitcoin for. If you're not going to a KYC exchange, normally tainted Bitcoin doesn't really matter, at least right now. My main concern always with interacting with Bitcoin is that the ledger is permanent. So having any trail that's attached to me on Bitcoin is something I want to avoid at all costs. So it's definitely something that's a little bit, I don't know, I'm hesitant to use Bitcoin in general. Monero is much more pain-free and much more worry-free than using Bitcoin for me. So that's one of the reasons why I stick to Monero. But It's really going to be up to the seller what their risk profile is, what they care about. I wouldn't be surprised if we see sellers doing chain analysis and creating a custom client that lets them say yes or no to swaps based on a risk score. Wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. Not saying that should happen. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if it does, but it just kind of depends on the seller, how they feel about it.
Well, this is actually a very good point. I mean, but one of the things with chain analysis done where the average person is doing it is, I think it will expose a lot of the flaws in it. And so I think this is going to be very interesting because there might be a company or companies that decide that there's a market for this, and that you could actually turn around and sell pay-as-you-go chain analysis where you pay with Monero, for example, on the Bitcoin blockchain. How this is going to be received by some of the players in that industry is another question. And I think that comes back to what I was saying about Elliptic. I mean, when somebody else did that, now granted, what was presented was essentially an anti-analysis tool, as opposed to what was being discussed here, which is that you're basically doing a peer-to-peer transaction and you don't want to get tainted Bitcoin. So you want to pay a few Monero to basically figure out if the Bitcoin is what your risk is. I think there's a market for that, but the question is, are players going to go into it, and how are the existing players in the industry going to respond to it?
Yeah, especially because atomic swaps are weird because you're not saying yes or no to specific trades, at least not in the current environment. So with the current toolkit, you can't really say, I want to swap with this, I don't want to swap with this. It's really just if your client is running and someone chooses to swap with you and you have the funds, the swap goes through. So it's definitely different than like using BISC or using local Monero or something like that, where you're kind of going trade by trade and deciding yes or no to each one. It's kind of, if you're running the ASB tool, you're accepting trades, and if you're not, you're not. So it's definitely, right now it would be tricky to actually do any kind of chain analysis before a swap. You really would have to write a custom client that runs chain analysis on the incoming Bitcoin, and then decides yes or no to whether or not you want to accept the swap.
But you would still see the incoming Bitcoin, so you could in principle do that.
You could. I'm not sure how the swap protocol would actually handle it. I guess you could just cancel at that point, and they would get their Bitcoin back. They would lose transaction fees at least, though. So you certainly wouldn't be a favorite seller if lots of people had issues with you denying their Bitcoin and them having to eat transaction fees every time they attempted to do a swap. But I think that's how it would work. I'm not sure how the actual swap protocol would handle that. If once you see the incoming Bitcoin, you back out. I'm not sure how that would actually function at the moment. But
yeah, that's a really interesting question. I mean, because again, if we're dealing with small amounts, and this is where it gets really interesting, and as people, then I think, yeah, I mean, you may end up creating a situation where it's just impractical.
Yeah, and it certainly could be. And I mean, a lot of the reasons for doing that will be kind of minimized by doing atomic swaps, I think. And I think a lot of the people that are interested in atomic swaps won't really care what the Bitcoin is like. But again, it's all up to the seller, and the beauty of atomic swaps is it's not really something that's easily censorable or stoppable. So if people want to do it one way, they can do it that way. If people want to do it a different way, they can do it that way. And the beauty too is as a buyer of Monero is you can choose what seller you want to use. So if you know one of the sellers explicitly, or if you have heard through a friend that one of the sellers is specifically good, or specifically doesn't check what the Bitcoin incoming is or something like that, you could choose to swap with them specifically. It's not just like it's not like a normal order book on an exchange where you're just swapping into a kind of a blind liquidity pool. It's very different because it is peer-to-peer with the advantages and disadvantages of that. The disadvantage mainly being liquidity can be more poor than some kind of like Uniswap type AMM or than a centralized exchange. But there's definitely a price I'm willing to pay for decentralized, trustless, censorship-resistant swaps.
Well, I think the real advantage here is it's going to come down for smaller transactions. because that's where you get the maximum benefit for privacy as opposed to the downside risk. And if the amounts are low enough, it's very, very hard to even do any kind of AML KYC period. Like if you're sending $50 or something, these kind of small amounts, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that makes it totally impractical to do AML KYC anyway.
And generally, there's not, I mean, I know in the normal financial world, there's generally not requirements for amounts that are that small. It's normally for larger amounts or for businesses that are doing like very large quantities. So if it's like some random person accepting $50 in Bitcoin, I don't know that there would be much regulatory pressure on that person because they accepted some Bitcoin that was tainted. Especially, again, this is definitely not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, but especially because atomic swaps are not, especially in the current state, you're not saying explicitly, I want to accept this swap. So it's not even a case where like you're saying, yeah, I absolutely want to swap with this person, even though I know that there's taint. It's just if your swap provider is running, you're accepting swaps, and whatever people send you, they send you.
I mean, I actually feel that the market is going to make it's going to pass judgment on this in a big way.
What do you mean?
Well, in the sense that you're going to get a pricing situation, and it may well be that if people don't care, and especially if you have markets where you can sell the Bitcoin, like say El Salvador would be a perfect example, then what's going to happen literally is that you're going to have a lot of these transactions, and it's going to basically make the accuracy and the effectiveness of chain analysis or blockchain surveillance a lot less. Now, I come back to what I was saying is that the fact that you make it unreliable doesn't mean that you have privacy. So it's important to realize that if you make the survey, it's like if you have a camera that takes pictures of people that has facial recognition, or if you make it really grainy and ineffective and with a lot of errors, you still don't have privacy, but you've made the whole thing very ineffective. So you still have a threat from a privacy perspective. So the prudent approach is what you're saying is that the fact that you have to be prudent about it in the sense that you can't rely on it for privacy, but the flip side is you can't rely on it for surveillance either.
Yeah, that's true. Just the efficacy will go down, but it still could be a problem, especially, and we talked about this a bit at DEF CON, but especially for targeted surveillance. If the issue of it just being too hard to do the mass surveillance does occur, that'll definitely help for just kind of dragnet scenarios. But for targeted surveillance scenarios, it could still be problematic. Like you mentioned with a camera that's grainy, if they know more details about who they're looking for, or when they were there, that kind of thing, it could still be enough to get what they need. Whereas if they're just trying to generally tell what people are doing without any outside information, it may not be enough if the camera's poor quality.
Well, of course, I mean, the minute you make it targeted, then of course what happens is that your scaling problems don't arise because you're targeting such a small subset. Because you're targeting a particular individual. So the targeted surveillance isn't going to have the problem. But the issue there that I see is from a business model perspective, from say these companies, is the money is not in that one targeted case where you're working with law enforcement to try to track some Bitcoin. That I can see that working. It's in the mass scenarios where their business model is.
Yeah,
and that's where I see the problem. I mean, if you're looking at very specific cases, that's a different story.
Yeah, for sure. And if a tool is enough to at least get around dragnet surveillance, that's generally a big win in that scenario. Obviously, it's ideal if it can also fight targeted surveillance, but shutting down dragnet surveillance is a huge, huge part of things. So Monero obviously is very good at that, and Bitcoin hopefully is good enough at that.
Well, this is where I would argue that the scalability of dragnet surveillance is where the problem lies.
Yeah. So the block filled up. So
okay.
Transactions.
So is it clear?
No, the mempool filled up right after I sent it. So still waiting. I forgot that this step actually does require one confirmation on the Bitcoin side. So maybe a bit.
That actually happened to me in a AML KYC transaction where I sold, I think, in one exchange, because I was using Bitcoin as a transactional currency. Just when I put the transaction in, the mempool filled up, and suddenly it took like hours just to get the Bitcoin through.
Yeah.
But literally, I was moving between Monero and Canadian dollars on this one, and I was using Bitcoin as a transfer, and that's exactly what happened. And then you run around trying to find somebody who's going to mine the thing, and they wanted Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, I found one pool that did it and said, well, you're going to send us Bitcoin Cash. So, and finally cleared the Bitcoin network. But
I just want
We'll go
to
through eventually.
I want to check in with Sunita over here. Are we hearing from the Monero Fighter at all? Do we know
I'm trying to figure out what fight he's on.
he's on track for coming on soon? Or
No, I don't think it's anytime soon, actually.
what's he saying?
He hasn't really said anything. But I mean, he said he'll let me in 3 fights in.
Can you tell him if we could get somebody there to just jump on and kind of tell us what's going on for, jump on the camera?
Yeah, I mean, the person that's on, I mean, I'm assuming. Let's see if they can hear us. Hey, Valley Series 6. Hello? Yeah, they just have to kind of shut up. Hello. Looks like it's happening over there. Hello?
Yeah, they can't hear us.
Muting. Yeah, I'll reach out.
Yeah,
to
Mrs.
him.
Jonathan.
I'm surprised he's even like messaging me, considering he's.
It'd be cool. Ask him. Maybe he can jump on himself real
Do
quick.
you think
Tell us what's going on.
can jump on?
Title fights will be at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, he says I'll let you know like 3 fights out. So yeah, bunch of fights. Probably. We'll leave it streaming.
Take your time with that atomic swap.
Here, let's show the screen. So it's a little more exciting.
Is it clear the Bitcoin network? That's what we're looking for.
They're waiting.
Has it cleared the Bitcoin network yet?
Nope.
There is the problem.
Hey, we got a comp.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Then you've made it.
So we have one confirmation on the Bitcoin side.
Yeah, that's the toughest one to get.
Yeah, seriously though. I think now the Monero seller will be locking their Monero, and then we should see some prompts in the CLI soon. That'll tell us that we're waiting for 10 comps on the Monero side, which should be a lot faster than that single comp.
People are saying, why swap? Well, it's if you want to trade Bitcoin for Monero or vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and the beauty of the tool is that people can use it for whatever reason they want. Like, I know a lot of people. I'm not saying this is necessarily how I view things, but I know a lot of people view Bitcoin as their kind of savings account or their store of value, and then they view Monero as the thing that they want to spend, which I think is a pretty valid approach, especially historically. Bitcoin's obviously done well as a store of value. Monero is obviously clearly the better tool for spending. So I think a lot of people view it like that. So when they have this kind of trustless way to be able to go from Bitcoin as their savings account to Monero as their checking account, it's a really powerful tool to help them to not have to worry about KYC exchanges or custodial swaps, which have been kind of the solution for that in the past. But there's always risk that your funds get taken by the custodial swap. It's a really big advance for that type of use case. And then obviously, like the one I talked about earlier, Samurai Wallet users, when you do a mix, you end up with toxic change at the beginning of that, and it's not something you want to spend with other funds. So a nice thing to do as a Samurai Wallet user is to swap that toxic change into Monero, something you can actually spend and use out of it. So that'll be another use case. And past that, I mean, it could be used by people who are trading. I think that'll only happen if there's a very large spread between normal markets and the atomic swap market. And then there'll be people who will help to arbitrage that down. And that would be a net positive, because that would mean that people who want to atomic swap would be able to do so with lower price differences compared to centralized exchanges. But I doubt it's not something that's great for like trading rapidly back and forth. It's really good for swapping between the networks, but as you can see, it can take 30, 45 minutes. Most of my swaps have been like 25 to 35 minutes has been the average. This one's a lot longer just because I got unlucky and didn't get into the next block, but it's not a super fast thing, but it's also not slow. I mean, 30 minutes to swap between protocols with no trust is pretty freaking awesome.
It's pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah.
But again, in the scenario where I can see something like this working, is a perfect example. It's this idea of using it as a transactional currency in El Salvador, where merchants may actually look at, say, well, we can just use Monero as our transactional currency and then swap back into the legal tender Bitcoin. And that, I think, because the other big thing on this is there's two things that I see here. The first one is for small transactions where privacy is most critical, but also small transactions where fees are most critical. So that's where you're going to start to see this kind of thing really being valuable. If I want to make if I got, like, say, $100 worth of Bitcoin, and I want to buy a whole bunch of things for like $4 or $5 a piece without Bitcoin, swapping into Monero and then using Monero for the smaller transactions makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And doing like you do with like a savings to checking account, you do one big swap like at the beginning of the month based on how much you think you're going to spend in Monero. So you only have to spend the Bitcoin fee once, and then you can spend Monero many times with the very cheap fees on the Monero network and not have to worry about that as much. So you can definitely see that kind of use case evolving.
And then the flip side, the merchant can do the opposite. They could just basically, if they want to convert back to Bitcoin, because now they've got all the Moneros from all the different customers.
Yep. So
yeah, that's where I see it happening. So in effect, what this has done, it's create a second layer. It's still the Monero. It's a network as a second layer on the Bitcoin network.
Yeah, much simpler than Lightning second layer on the Bitcoin network
with less risk.
Yeah, the only real risk is the exchange rate risk. That's going to be the one that people are going to have to, or might need to concern themselves with. Obviously, that depends on your time frame and how much of your funds you're going to keep in Monero, that kind of thing. Because there will be an exchange rate risk compared to like Lightning on Bitcoin. You're still transacting in Bitcoin units, so you don't have to worry about losing or gaining value. But the trade-offs are obviously the complexity of Lightning, the issues with routing, the issues with privacy, etc.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
He's here.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
no.
wow.
Get him from the main camera there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him.
Hold on a sec. How's it going, man?
It's going well.
How's it
Can you hear
going?
me?
Yeah,
we can hear you. How's it going?
It's going well. Just waiting at this point. But I'm ready to go. Got my cake wallet shirt.
Awesome. Go Cake Wallet.
Yeah.
What are you up?
So
Yeah,
right now, let me check for you. Right now they're at I think they're at an intermission right now. Then they're gonna start fight 5. And then the thing is they got jiu-jitsu matches also in between intermissions.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so honestly, the fights have been going quick though. A lot of people have been getting either TKO'd or subbed. I don't think there's been any decisions yet. But yeah, we'll see. It might be another like hour and a half, to be honest.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. All right.
Well,
We'll try to hang in there.
Well,
we have
we'll keep the stream going,
we have
man.
an atomic swap happening right now as we speak.
Nice.
That Seth is doing for us. So pretty cool.
Okay. I think I saw an article about that. I think I saw it like a few days back. Like they hit like 5 out of 16 milestones or something, I believe.
They hit what?
They hit some milestones for atomic swapping, I believe. I think I read something.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's basically the news is that it's basically live and usable, and anybody can essentially do a Bitcoin to Monero atomic swap. It's pretty user friendly from what Seth is showing us.
So is that are people able to do that in using cake wallets?
No, we're not there yet. We're not at that point yet. That's going to take some time. But people are able to effectively swap between Bitcoin and Monero. Those that know a little bit more, beyond just using Cake. So but we're not at the point where it's as simple as opening up your Cake wallet and doing it. I don't know when we get to that point, but basically the mechanisms are there and they work.
Hey, that's good. Now they just gotta, figure out ways to implement them into Cake Wallet and stuff like that. So can you do it on the regular desktop cold wallet for the Monero GUI? Is that the one that you use? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seth, do you want to answer that a little bit?
Yeah, so you still have to use command line essentially. So it's not super simple. You can't just do it like natively in the wallet. You'll need a Monero address and a Bitcoin address, which you can get from whatever wallet you want. You can get the Monero address from Cake Wallet, but you still have to do it on the command line. So it's not super user friendly yet. It's going to get better, and there's a nice website that simplifies the process where you can just copy and paste. It'll handle everything else. But yeah, we'll get there. Hopefully, it'll be in Cake sooner rather than later. It'd be nice to have people be able to more simply swap back and forth.
Oh yeah, definitely. So that drastically lowers fees, correct?
It can, yeah. It really depends. I mean, you'll still have to pay fees on the Bitcoin network. So if fees on Bitcoin are high, it could still be problematic. But you don't have to pay the fees of the exchange, so it could end up being a lot cheaper. It really just depends on who's willing to sell Monero and what price they want for it is really what will dictate how expensive or how cheap it is. But right now, it's I think a little bit more expensive than using. Well, no, it's probably a little cheaper still than using an in-wallet swap at the moment. But don't quote me on that.
But yeah, I mean, most importantly, it creates a new avenue, an unstoppable way for exchanging between Bitcoin and Monero. So,
well, I feel like this was how Bitcoin was supposed to be structured. No third parties, and it's finally coming to fruition.
Exactly.
So that's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, with time, I'm sure it'll be easier for the average person to use. But that's good. It's good news.
Very early days, but we'll get there.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. Yeah, man, so we're excited for your fight too. I just don't know if we're gonna be able to hang in there for another hour. It's late over here.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. We're glad we could be a part of it. We're just slowly dying.
Maybe worst case, we just keep.
Yeah, I think we'll just keep the stream going.
Okay,
for people that are watching. I mean, they're consistent viewers, so maybe we might just leave
the person that you have filming it. Can they get up close to the stage when you're going?
Let me ask my buddy. He can ask, but it's
a little difficult. Yeah.
Okay. How many people are there?
It's sold out. Honestly, I'm not too sure. I want to say a couple thousand.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. No, they got a whole live band and all, and they went all out this time.
Yeah.
How was the weigh-in?
The weigh-in went well. Honestly, it went better than I thought it was gonna go. I mean, I was still real dehydrated, but I mean, I weighed in before where I thought I was gonna pass out before I got the scale, but it was nothing close to that. I was just getting kind of hangry, and I just needed something to drink. But other than that, it went great. Yeah, it went good. I'm happy. So I just don't like. I don't like waiting. I wish I would have been the first fight, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
it's like waiting.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah, that can always just
Yeah, and I can't leave the little section I'm in, so I'm just kind of stuck here in a tented area, waiting.
All right, well,
that's tough.
You look like you're ready to go.
I know you look like you're just ready to get it over with.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have fun now. I'm gonna enjoy myself in there. That's for sure.
So does anybody there know you're into Monero and you're repping Cake Wallet? Is it kind of known among?
Honestly, in this area, I'm not too sure. The promoter, yes, I got him into Cake Wallet and Monero. I got him into. I've got him into crypto actually. But I finally got him into Monero as well. But they're gonna know what Monero is because I'm gonna make it known when I walk out. So they'll know.
Nice, man. Beautiful.
If they don't know, they're gonna know. So
All right.
have them download the Cakewall app. I'll have to add that to my speech. That just clicked in my head.
Oh yeah, so you're gonna say somewhere you mean before the fight?
So when I'm in, I'm gonna have a little speech and I'll shout out. I'll tell everyone to download Cakewall. Get on your
Oh,
phone right now and download this app.
He's gonna love that.
So they'll know about it. They'll know about it after this fight.
Very cool, man. Very cool.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, I wish you a speedy wait. Hope you get up there soon.
I know.
Appreciate that. I mean, I might even buzz in again, to be honest, because it's taking a long time.
You're just like waiting and waiting.
Just waiting. I might even just buzz in like 10 once it hits the 10th fight, and then that's when I'm gonna get.
What fight is it up to right now? What fight are you up to?
Starting the 5th. I believe they're starting the 5th.
You're what, 15?
I'm 15. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh God. You can take a nice nap.
Right? But at the same time, like everybody's getting
knocked
out in the first round or whatever, and it can go quick. But yeah, I'll probably buzz in around fight 10, and I'll probably just be doing the same thing.
All right, man.
And then once fight 10, 11 hit, that's when I'm gonna start warming up. Then.
All right, buddy.
Awesome.
Yeah. If for some reason we don't talk to you again, obviously, good luck.
Good luck.
You're right.
We'll leave the stream on.
We'll leave
It's
the
almost
stream on.
1:00 in the morning here.
And we'll
We're
watch
like
the replay
slowly.
in the morning. Yes,
and there's gonna be better footage too. There's gonna be better footage. They actually set up like legit cameras with a little lifter, but for some reason they weren't allowed to stream it or put it on pay-per-view. So this is,
okay.
Yeah, this is the best we got right now.
All
right. Well,
it was good talking to y'all.
You too. Thank you so much for jumping on.
Yeah, I'll probably buzz back in here because, like I said, they're taking forever. But
all right.
All right. Thanks for jumping on. We're here.
All right. Appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
All right, brother.
All right, of course. Bye.
Ciao.
All right, bye.
Well, that's cool.
That's cool. Vic is on. Hi, Vic. You can't log on, but that's really cool. That's awesome.
That was good.
Was able to jump on. Hold on, let's see if I can put the fight on.
Yeah, just wish. Yeah.
There you go.
Fights. We gotta wait for.
I know. I don't know. We might just leave the stream on.
It's a lot of fights, man.
That's a lot of fights.
Still 10 to go.
Oh God. Yeah, we started at 11.
How's the so did the atomic swap go through?
I'll be back.
We have progress.
Okay.
We got the confirmation. We're losing Sunita.
Do you have a confirmation in Monero?
We do. We have 1 out of 10 so far. So it'll be
so it's happened basically.
Yeah, it'll be a while. We're just waiting for the Monero lock, and then we'll be all set.
So obviously, if we were to see, I think if we were to see an uptick in Monero's price versus Bitcoin, we would start to see more Monero providers as well, right?
Yeah, I would definitely think so. If we see a dramatic increase in the Monero to Bitcoin price, there'd be a lot of people. I mean, this is if you're not swapping immediately for like fiat, you're not going to dollars or whatever. This is, in my opinion, one of the best ways to acquire Bitcoin because you don't have to worry about KYC, you don't have to worry about custodians. Again, I mean, just all the advantages of atomic swaps, and you can just throw in some Monero into the wallet of the ASP, spin it up, and walk away. And over time, you'll slowly slowly be buying Bitcoin with your Monero without having to really do anything. So it's a nice way to kind of dollar cost average in a sense over time as buyers jump in to buy your Monero.
If what you want to do is move into Monero, out of Monero into Bitcoin.
Yeah, for sure. And that would just depend on the people,
yeah.
but I would expect that if we do a drastic price increase, something like that.
Oh, then yes, absolutely.
What's Vic? We got Vic on. Can he jump on camera?
No, I think he said he does not have access.
Oh, okay.
He said I can't log on, but I'm watching. Hi, Vic. Thank you for sponsoring our show.
Thank you, Vic. Thanks for sponsoring Jonathan.
Oh, and also now that he's implemented the batch transactions, that was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, you tried that out?
Yeah, I did. I tried it out, sent some people some funds, and it worked out really well, smoothly.
Very cool.
It was very easy.
So it basically splits up the Monero transactions so that you don't lock them all up.
Yeah, it was really cool.
That's exactly what
it's a SYN to mini. It's kind of the other normal nomenclature. Single transaction, multiple recipients.
Yeah, it was really like smooth. It was awesome. I was so happy. I was very excited about this feature when it was announced.
Yeah, it's really nice quality of life improvement, and
I
don't think there's another mobile wallet that has it yet for Monero. So
no, it was awesome.
It's needed as a Cake Power user.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm very, very excited. So thank you, Cake Wallet.
Anybody else want to jump up here?
Anybody else want to chat? We got another 4 hours to go, guys.
Yeah. Oh my God, hey, at least this is the slowest atomic swap in history so far.
Yes.
So we're trying to buy some time here. Thank you, Bitcoin Network.
This is an epic show. We got atomic swaps taking place. We got this MMA Monero
in the background. Yeah.
So we had a change in the fees in the Bitcoin side. Is that basically what happened? And it's loaded down.
Yeah, there was just a big rush. The block that I was going to be in, like someone published like 1,500 transactions at once. So
yeah, I
got kicked out.
Yeah, this is something I've noticed with Bitcoin. I mean, it happened to me once, but I've also noticed is that there's suddenly people that want to flood the market. It could be a minor. There are attacks against the Bitcoin network where you just flood it in order to raise fees.
Yeah, I think it's probably. I mean, most of the times I've heard this talked about, it's exchanges using like downtimes or low fee times to consolidate funds and wallets, or to batch send to people who are doing withdrawals, that kind of thing. I know like BitMEX was famous for their terribly optimized transactions. They would just dump all at once onto the network and cause a lot of congestion. But yeah, we just had the block I was going to be in suddenly filled up. And then no other block before it or after it was full. It was a targeted attack. They didn't want the atomic swap to happen. Didn't want it on stream.
People are excited for this fight.
I know.
A lot of people are staying up. I don't know if we are.
I don't know if
we can keep it running, right?
No, I think I was thinking about it. I think we just keep it running live. I mean, for another.
Yeah.
I'll probably take a nice nap.
Yeah, I have my advantage of time zones.
Yeah, that's like
it's only like 10 to 10.
I know. Yeah, you're
lucky
fine.
you.
You're like dying over here. It's been a very long day.
Yeah, it's like I have to make up for it by getting up at insane hours in the morning if you want to work with anybody in Europe or on the East Coast.
That's true. No, we're I don't know. I guess we'll like.
Yeah, let's wait till the atomic swap goes through.
Oh yes,
if you dare.
Longest.
Don't fail yet.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
Monero miners stopped.
So now we're waiting for Monero, are we? We have tech confirmations on the Monero side?
Yep. Just waiting for the Monero lock transaction to go through, and then we'll exchange secrets, and I'll get access to the Monero. Essentially the private key for the Monero so that I can send that to myself, and he'll get the keys to the Bitcoin so that he can send that to himself, and vice versa.
It's really
be good to go.
Good to go.
Exciting
It
stuff.
definitely does not normally take this long for anyone watching. This is very abnormal. I haven't seen one take over 30, like 37 minutes was my longest before this. So don't think that atomic swaps are normally this slow.
How long has it been already?
I don't even know. A while. I think we started it maybe an hour ago.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you have a slow block on the Bitcoin side combined with a surge in transactions, then you get that.
I think it's just, keeping us company during the stream.
Nothing more riveting than watching a
Yes.
command line interface
Exactly.
just slowly increment.
Beautiful view.
What'd you
Mhm.
guys
Crypto and MMA
we
fighting.
could change topic for a second here. What'd you guys think of the John Oliver thing? I don't think we spoke.
Oh,
about
yeah.
that
We
on
didn't talk about
Monerotopia.
that.
I'm sure you did. Everybody
Seth,
watch that?
do you have an opinion? Arctic, do you have an opinion?
I did briefly watch it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I think initially I was pretty negative on it, but talking to more people, I think the really cool takeaway was that they played the old at this point, but still relevant Monero intro video in its entirety to a massive audience.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So regardless of all the other stuff that he did, I think it's really important that that whole video got shared, that a lot of people got the exposure to Monero. Obviously, unfortunately, he went the way that is normal for mainstream media, which is privacy is bad. Anybody who needs privacy is a criminal, and any tool that can provide privacy is only used by criminals, which is utterly wrong, very, very frustrating, and it's a very common view that's shared to large audiences. So it definitely was not unexpected, but still definitely sad to see the attack on privacy that is happening through normal kind of media outlets, through shows like this, that kind of thing. But yeah, definitely cool that lots of people got exposed to Monero. I'm hopeful that a lot of people watched that, saw that, and dug into Monero a little bit more to see what it can do for them. And yeah, hopefully people saw through the blatant attempts to just downplay the need for privacy and drive home the consistent myth that privacy is only for people who have something to hide, or only for criminals, which is definitely not the case. Privacy is about being able to selectively reveal oneself to the world, and Monero is excellent at allowing you to choose what and with whom you expose any kind of financial details. It's really, really good at that, and it's probably the best tool that we have at this point. So yeah, glad people got exposed. Sad the way that it was done, but it is to be expected, and we got to keep doing our part on education in smaller areas.
It's a narrative that basically, I think, in some ways responds to this idea that you're going to have to break privacy in order to address money laundering. I mean, this has been the narrative to some degree that has been pursued.
Yeah. If something provides privacy, it's only going to be used by criminals, or that they can't tell what's happening on it, so they get scared.
But there is, I think, this dependency element on it too. I mean, if you're going to make determining money laundering just on surveilling a public blockchain, then obviously, if you obfuscate the blockchain, then you've broken AML. I mean, that's the narrative that is being pursued, and that's the narrative that I find myself realizing that we have to fight that narrative that somehow in order to catch criminals, you have to break privacy.
Yeah, and specifically break financial privacy. I mean,
that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because
there are many other ways to track people down, many other ways to solve crimes, many other ways to catch money laundering, and even the visibility into financial transactions has not led to large increases in catching of money laundering. A lot of that stuff still happens. It just happens in ways that's kind of brushed under the rug.
I think part of the problem is that there isn't the cost analysis. Is this really worth what we're achieving from a law enforcement perspective?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the bigger problems. I mean, the costs way exceed the actual benefit.
Yeah, it's been some really interesting research around that. See kind of how much money is being spent on it and how much money is actually being, or how much money laundering is actually being caught and or prevented, and it's
minimal.
very
It's
overwhelmingly poor. They're spending way more than they're ever preventing.
But part of the problem is it's not just that the spends; it's that the cost is externalized. I mean, this is one of the things that I have a big problem with, is that you're not having a government agency going out there and spending all this money doing anti-money laundering. What in fact is happening is that they're forcing the financial institutions and externalizing costs onto consumers and onto small businesses in all sorts of ways, and those costs are hidden. In fact, one of the interesting things that we were looking at with the European anti-money laundering proposals is that it's the lack of a cost analysis of what those costs were. In fact, that's an interesting element to that. And so you have a problem of, okay, so it's not only we're spending all this money, but we're forcing other people to spend the money, and we're not accounting for that at all.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's what I've heard. I think Uri Bednar talks a lot about that idea of how it ends up getting pushed out onto financial institutions. And I mean, we see that in cryptocurrency with the actual exchanges being the ones who have to do the chain analysis rather than a government doing it or something like that. It's pushed to the exchanges, and they're pressured by their banking relationships to actually do the chain analysis rather than the bank or rather than the governments behind that. So yeah, that's a really good point, that it gets externalized to eventually. I mean, it ends up costing the customer is who it ends up
Basically,
costing. It costs you to verify that your transaction is not something they don't like. You're paying for it.
And the classic example, I mean, it just came out fairly recently when Cybertrace said that they had some tool for Monero and they were charging $16,000 US per seat per year.
Yeah.
To license this thing. Well,
Hey everybody, I'm surprised you guys are still going. I'm just going to jump in quickly on that and say that is very cheap as far as I'm concerned for these types of tools. So normally they cost a lot more than $16,000 a year. So I was utterly shocked to see them mention that in a press release.
I've never seen the price mentioned either.
Yeah, but keep in mind that that's on top of someone who's already a licensed customer, is already paying for all the other stuff.
I mean, if it actually worked, that'd be pennies. That's why I'm skeptical of it actually.
Well, that's the problem. It doesn't actually work. And this is the question. And it probably doesn't. So then it's very expensive. I mean, we're talking Monero here.
So sorry, I mean, I don't want to derail the conversation too much. I'm just here. I just realized you guys are still going. How did the fight go?
The fight hasn't started yet.
We're waiting for the fight.
We're waiting for the
still
fight.
waiting? Okay.
He's only
Number still odd.
Yeah.
His fight is 15. So I think they're up to, like, at this point, 6. So, like, it's another, like, hour and a half.
I don't know if we're going to...
I don't know how long we're lasting.
It'll just be the sleep stream.
We might
Everybody will be asleep.
No, we didn't. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah,
I'm like slowly
we're at a
dying.
beach party today.
I know.
A very good friend of ours.
Yeah.
What about Seth? Did you do an atomic swap demo for everyone, or what happened?
Yes.
In progress. We are 9 confirmations on the Monero side. We're almost done. It was the slowest one I've seen so far because Bitcoin didn't like it.
No, that is not the slowest one you've seen so far. You need to just see that it was the Monero coffee chat which that one changed the mining algorithm. It took like an hour for the next one.
Yeah, I forgot about that when we had the hard
all lives waiting for this. We're like, oh goodness. And the funny thing was the viewership on the stream just kept going up and up and up and up because probably everyone was like, what is going on with this network? So that was
no, so pretty epic show.
It's the old congestion on the on the Bitcoin network.
Yeah. Justin, we were talking about John Oliver as well.
Yeah, what was your take on
What was your take on
that?
that?
I mean, yeah, it was a pretty weak show. I mean, so full disclosure, I normally like his show. I actually watch it. I've been watching it for years. I'm generally a fan. I don't agree with everything he says, of course, but I think in general he has some good content. I think the ransomware episode relatively weak. I think it was a difficult thing to make a show about because you're talking about corporate ransomware to an audience that is like a normal retail type user, right? So you have to like cover an actionable item that is basically used 2FA but doesn't actually like solve the problem or address like it just didn't have a lot of the takeaways that you'd normally expect out of those types of episodes. And obviously a response by email. They reached out ahead of time to the press at getmonero.org email. That is admirable for them to give a heads up, but include any of the information in the response. But overall, I do think it was insensitive to show. I mean, at the end of the day, they showed a Monero promotional video to a crowd that would not have seen it before. So in a way that, sure, it was painted in a light that I think we're all very disappointed with, but it's not worse than normal press, coverage of Monero. It's about inline rest. So, I wouldn't say it really hurt Monero that much. And my friends and I were talking about it like a week later, and I was like, oh, wow, I forgot that happened like a whole week ago now. Like, this has just been a non-news issue after a day after. We're just like, yeah, okay, next. Right. So
it's normal for Monero.
Yeah, it's one of those things. One of those things where one of the things that's your benefit is if you're constantly getting press coverage that is so negative in terms of like Monero is ransomware, Monero for mining, or Monero for cryptojacking, or Monero for any sorts of things, and they're just not really contextualizing it. They're just talking about it in the context of this bad thing, and oh look, Monero makes that bad thing scarier. Like, you've nowhere to really go but up in terms of the press coverage eventually. So I don't think this worsened Monero's situation, frankly, and I think it probably was a net positive, to be completely honest. And that doesn't mean I like the episode. I thought it was a weak episode overall, to be honest. But it whatever. It is what it is. We'll live. We'll survive. It's not nearly as bad as some of the press we've had in the past. So
I definitely think it's definitely a net positive, 100%. I mean, it's getting the word out about Monero. People will go Google it. They'll go check it out. So
I did comment in the last week's night subreddit to be like, hey, I'm generally I like the show, and I also am a supporter of Monero and privacy. I'm just gonna out some my opinion on this matter, and it's certainly got mixed feedback. Where people got that little thing on Reddit where it's like, this is a controversial comment, but even so, I don't know, conversation with people and at least put something there, or if someone was looking at it further, they stumble across someone. Let's be cautious here. But it's without going down further rabbit holes, I think it was just net positive.
Yeah, definitely agree. Even just with sending it to friends and family, like, hey, check it out, Monero is on John Oliver. People are like, what? Like,
really? Well, yeah, so you don't.
It was really on it. Like, you just met, like they just talked about cryptocurrency, or they actually mentioned it. Like, no, they played like the Monero promo video on like. So people are impressed by that. So
it was actually really funny. My youngest brother just started. Like third year of high school, and the day after, so that Monday, and he was in class with the teacher, had me and my other brother already, and so he's like, so Justin doing with Monero, and like on that Monday. So, this was kind of funny.
That's so funny. That's awesome.
We have a completed atomic swap.
We completed it.
We're done.
All right.
Hold on, let me show the screen. Hold on. Can I? Oh, there you go.
I've got Monero in my cake wallet.
What?
Very
it only
cool,
took
59 minutes, 46 seconds.
There you go.
No
Not too shabby.
No third party and no custodian. No trust in the other person in the trade. Pretty awesome. Even taking an hour, which, like I said, is far longer than the norm. Even taking an hour, that's a pretty awesome way to do that. And I could have obviously in a normal world, I would have just started it, walked away, done whatever I wanted, or had it running in the background,
But you
or
hung out with
whatever.
What other?
So what was the exchange rate?
The exchange rate was, sorry, trying to track down where it actually says. 0.00619,185.
61985.
Let me see what the
So it's
current is. Or no,
But I'm getting on Polonics, I'm getting right now 0.00587 full.
Yeah, it's a bit above market. This is the cheapest seller right now. There was one that was a little bit cheaper, but this is still a bit above market price at the moment.
James is saying 2 more atomic swaps and John will start his fight.
Sounds about right.
y'all feel free to demo another one. Or 2
So they're
or
putting
3
a
or 4.
premium on
Seth, you
so the
don't want to do
Monero.
another one?
So the Monero people are putting a premium on this. Is what you're saying?
Let's
Yeah,
swap
absolutely.
Let's swap it.
that. Go in the
Yeah,
other
the
direction.
makers are going to charge for it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, like, there's multiple things. I mean, I mentioned this when I announced that I was doing this. Like, there's a lot of overhead. There's a lot of work that goes into setting up the seller. There's a lot of just potential risk with, especially, I mean, it's a new piece of software. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's a cutting edge tech. So the sellers are generally ones taking on the risk. And obviously they have to care about what happens with the Bitcoin afterwards, which Bitcoin's a lot harder to handle than Monero is. So I understand the amount or the price being higher than a centralized exchange. And I think it will persist. I wouldn't be surprised if we stay at like 3 to 5% would be probably where I see it settling, but that'll really just depend. I mean, it depends on what kind of value Bitcoiners put on the swap and how many Monero users are willing to jump in.
Well, I mean, if you look at the mid-market rate on the swap versus the mid-market rate on a KYC exchange, that'd be the interesting question to look at.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was a seller that was like, I think 4% or 5% above market earlier today. So if they come back, that'll definitely be the cheapest option for doing this.
But essentially, there's a premium on Monero right now, is what you're saying.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, just to be super clear, there's a premium Monero because that's what the maker sets the price as. It doesn't necessarily mean people are taking the price.
They are taking the price. I mean, I've seen them take the price. Obviously, I am not either of the other sellers, so I don't know how much they've been involved in, but I have had people swapping since I opened this up. So there definitely are people out there. It's not like massive swarms that I've seen, but I think also as we have more sellers and as we have the spread going down because more sellers are competing in price, we'll see more and more people jump in. And this is before there's any integrations. Cake Wallet doesn't support it. Samurai Wallet doesn't support it. There's no GUI support. There's a lot of overhead for people getting into this. And we're already still seeing lots of people jumping in. So I would only expect that to go up as the tools get easier and easier to use on the buyer side.
100%.
Well, that should improve the liquidity. But the question is there going to be a difference in the mid-market rate on the swap versus the mid-market rate on a KYC exchange?
That more depends on the seller side. So I think the key on the seller side to increasing liquidity is just people seeing the value and providing an on-ramp into Monero and the toolkit becoming easier to use. Like I've said on Twitter, I'm going to try to write up a guide for setting up the seller software. And I'm going to try to put all of the seller software, Monero Wallet RPC, Monero D, all of that into a Docker Compose so that people can easily spin up the whole toolkit. Just simplify the process a little bit for people, hopefully to incentivize people or at least to remove some of the overhead of jumping in as a Monero seller. But it really just depends on if people are willing to do that, and it'll depend on if an actual market maker gets involved. Obviously, it doesn't really matter to me if a market maker does or not, but it would be nice to have that steady liquidity available for those people who do want to swap into Monero. Because obviously, if it's purely peer-to-peer and there's no kind of official market maker running it, liquidity could be sparse or could just be intermittent. It could just depend on when you go to swap, what the liquidity is like. It could differ, but It's been cool to see people jumping in as sellers. It's been cool to see people jumping in as buyers. I've had many people reach out. Everybody who's been jumping in early has been super helpful because they've helped to track down bugs and quirks and edge cases. And I've been opening up tons of GitHub issues for all the things that we've caught, all the potential improvements, quality of life improvements, feature requests, stuff like that. So everybody who's jumped in quickly early on is they're taking a risk, they're putting in time, but they're helping to make the base for atomic swaps much stronger in the future, and helping to improve how atomic swaps will be for people tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now, however far down the line. So glad that people jumped in pretty quickly to test this out. Glad people used my seller to test it out. I'll probably shut that down soon, but it's been good to see people diving in. Good to test that and to kind of be the first. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we're helping along just by doing this show, showing people how it's doable. It's very
And I did this the hardest way possible. Yeah. So like I said, the easiest way if you want to jump into this is just go to unstoppableswap.net. Mm-hmm. Choose the swap provider you want to use. It'll list the rate and everything, and then it'll guide you through the process. It'll give you the exact commands you need to copy and paste. It's a much simpler process. And also, if you need some help with how that process actually works, just go to sethforprivacy.com, click on the guides button at the top. And then the top guide will be the one that I wrote. It's just a very simple guide to doing those swaps. But it's a cool thing to test out. And if you do want to test it out on like testnet or StageNet, you can, but it can be a little bit more complex. And obviously mainnet's fun because you're playing with real money.
Monero's price is creeping up a little bit. I'll start atomic swapping when we hit the $500 range. Well,
it sounds to me like that interview didn't really have a negative impact on the price. In particular, when you look at the John Oliver, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think all the things you're saying, it's just going to bring more exposure. I don't see how it could possibly have a negative effect. Somebody's asking a good question. How about a Lightning Bitcoin atomic swap to Monero? Is that doable?
Not right now. I don't want to misspeak, so just take this with a huge grain of salt. I think that Farcaster, which is the other atomic swap project and protocol that's being built out, they're building it out with a Lightning specific toolkit as kind of the base. And I think that they were planning on having Lightning to Monero atomic swap support. But I could be totally wrong on that. I think even if they don't have it, it will be easier to build into the Farcaster toolkit. Mm-hmm. So I'd expect to see it there at some point. But the focus is going to be Bitcoin. It's not going to be Lightning, as far as I know. And I think that's the greater need at this point anyways. But
what other... Go ahead, Arctic.
Well, one of the things that I noticed is Lightning is about 1/100th of the market cap of Monero. I mean, how much Bitcoin is actually in Lightning?
Not much comparatively. I don't know what it is now.
I think it's about 50 million or 100 million, something like that, US.
I think it's grown quite a bit lately, but I'm not sure current. Let me see if I can tell.
I saw some site where it was saying it was about 50 to 100 million, but...
What other coins do you think we'll start seeing swap capability with Monero?
I mean,
anybody? Do we know of any other projects that are being worked on?
With Monero swapping?
Yeah, Monero to Ethereum, Monero to Doge. I mean, is this something that's being considered or worked on? Or
the only one I know of that has any plans or has talked about it is Decred. They've talked about implementing Monero atomic swaps into there. They have like an atomic swap centric decentralized exchange where they kind of they host an order book and simplify some pieces of the process. I know they've said they want to support Monero swaps, but they haven't really been proactive that I've seen on jumping into that. But now that I've demoed that, I know that a couple people jumped in on Twitter and said that they want to get things moving. So they said they have all the resources they need. So hopefully they'll do that. I mean, I'll never be upset with someone else supporting swapping to Monero. So that would be cool to see. I don't know of any other coins that have plans to do that at this point. As far as I know, I mean, a lot of the Bitcoin forks would be relatively easy to set this up for. I don't think there would be a lot of complexity in setting it up against like Bitcoin Cash, that kind of thing. But I could be wrong.
My understanding on this is that you need SegWit on the Bitcoin side. Now, maybe I stand to be corrected on that.
Yeah, I mean, no Farcaster will require a taproot, so that would be another.
Well, that
complexity
makes
further
sense.
networks it would break.
Well, I think that makes sense because basic taproot would basically provide a lot of necessary privacy, so I can see that.
Yeah.
But SegWit, I think it's a requirement right now, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head.
Which essentially would preclude Bitcoin Cash, but not Litecoin.
Yeah, I was gonna say Litecoin. I think it'd be very easy to implement Litecoin, right? Given the similarity.
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because but Bitcoin Cash doesn't support SegWit, so that's the difference there. But my understanding is SegWit was required for the Bitcoin side.
Yeah, and just so people are aware, there's a central protocol that's being used for atomic swaps between Bitcoin and Monero, but the actual implementation is being done two different ways. Part of it is, or one of the ways is by the team called Comet Network, and they've been building these out for a while. And that's the actual toolkit that we're using, that I used tonight, and that that you can use today on mainnet. The other implementation is being done by people on a project called Farcaster, and that's the one that's going to be built on Taproot, so it'll only be usable on Bitcoin after Taproot deploys, which I think is like mid-November. And then obviously whenever the implementation is done, theirs is not ready to actually be used yet. They're still building out the framework around that, but it's going to be a very different implementation, and they're kind of going a lot more from the ground up. So that'll be good to see, and it's always good to have multiple implementations. So hopefully we'll get that rolled out soon. But I think I'm gonna go ahead out.
All right.
You
man.
sure you want to
Thanks for
stay
jumping
longer?
on.
Maybe
We
do another
appreciate it.
atomic swap.
Next time.
It could be longer than the fight, depending on the Bitcoin network.
It's a race. Can we get through 10 fighters or
I
one
don't
Bitcoin
know.
implementation?
We're probably up to fight 6 still.
I mean, we gotta-
I think the fight would win with a
7 maybe.
Bitcoin network. I'm just biased on this, though. I mean, I'm biased on the slowness and the lack of scalability of Bitcoin. So,
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me on, guys. Thanks
No,
for
thank you for
having
coming on.
the time for atomic
Appreciate
swaps. Cool to demo that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so much.
Yeah, thank y'all for hosting as always. Hopefully the fight goes well. I will catch the recording later.
Tomorrow morning.
I will not be watching live, but kudos to everyone that watches.
Yeah, watch it live.
We will probably be doing the same.
Yeah.
I'll leave it on for those that want to watch it, but
James here is gung ho.
I know you can watch it, James. We'll leave it on for you.
Night, everybody.
All going.
Good night.
good
Bye.
night.
So much.
Bye.
Thank you so much, man.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Justin, you're still with us.
So, has James ever
dark.
been on? I always see James around. James, have you ever
I think he was
jumped on live?
earlier. I think so. Yeah, I think he has actually. Briefly. In the beginning, earlier episodes.
James, jump on live if you want.
If you want to talk to everyone and to us.
I've never shown
I've
my
never
face.
shown my face. Okay, so
All right.
then I'm lying. Yeah, sorry. I just lied on air.
Okay.
I felt like he was on, but
Yeah, no, yeah. I feel like we know him.
yeah, I
so
feel like
well
I've
from
known
his
him.
comments.
Yeah, we know you so well.
He's hideous.
Oh, come on.
No Monero user is hideous. We're all
No.
beautiful people.
We're all gorgeous people. Okay, with that being said, I personally am going to
Okay.
call it a night.
We're gonna call it.
Well, we'll leave
It's your call,
the
and it's an
stream on for those that do want to watch the fight. You guys want to watch the fight? There are 25 viewers right now. Do you want us to leave it on?
You might as
Well,
well.
that's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm on the less stressful time zone, but it's starting to get late for me.
Yeah, it's 1:20 over here.
Yeah, so it's,
I think
maybe you
we'll-
want to check in with him one more time. Do you want to try to get him to jump on one more time?
yeah, that'd be an idea, and see if we get an ETA.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me see if I can
I don't
reach
think
out.
the ETA is going to be too.
No, he's gonna be like, we're at fight 7.
They actually added some extra fights. We said you're doing jiu-jitsu in the middle of it too.
I know. Come on. Again.
No, I just wanted to check in and say hi. I didn't realize it
I
was
know. We're still
late.
on. We're pulling off a Justin Monero Twitter
Yeah.
space.
We can't. Yeah. What was your record, Justin?
Yeah, what was your record? Like 800 hours?
What? I did not do an 800-hour.
I'm obviously
Oh,
kidding. It's called
Oh,
exaggeration.
yeah,
but
the
it was
record
8 hours.
was 8 hours. It
Thank
was
you, okay.
hours.
That's impressive.
I wasn't that off. I just added a couple of zeros.
We could do an 8-hour show, but not starting.
Not
at-
starting at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
Like I'm just
after, like,
dying.
A very long day.
Yeah, we were at the beach. Thankfully, it wasn't that sunny
Notice
over here.
we're just hydrating right
Yeah,
now. 'Cause,
We were
yeah.
dehydrated on the beach, and it wasn't even that sunny.
No, it wasn't.
'Cause
But,
this hurricane is coming.
yeah, we got a hurricane coming our way too.
Yeah,
Oh,
Not like
Hurricane.
That, right? Yeah.
yeah,
I think we'll all be fine.
yeah.
Yep.
I hope so. Yeah, and I'm messaging him. Let's see if he gets back to us. He's probably like prepping at this moment. Like he's maybe in the zone.
Yeah, we don't want to throw.
Yeah, I know,
don't wanna throw
poor
him
guy.
off,
We
be
don't
responsible.
Okay, let's just leave it at that. I'll be like, you know what? No worries. I know, poor guy.
Yeah, let him focus.
Okay. You should tell me to reach out to him.
Yeah, all right.
All right, so I guess
Well,
let's.
did you send a message? or-
Yeah, I did, but then I sent it to him, but then I said no worries.
I think-
Focus on. Fight.
I wanted to see his. Well, it's not like we
Oh,
hear his Monero speech though. Or
Huh?
he said he was going to try to mention Monero when he went
Well,
up.
I guess when I leave it streaming, let me put the noise right now because right now I have it muted. Let me see how it sounds. I guess I'll leave it like that for those
we
that
can
want
do
to hear
that.
it. Yeah.
For those that want to watch. And maybe message them, tell them they can get get close to the stage if it goes up.
No, he said he can't. So, yeah. So yeah, I guess let's mute it for a second.
Try to get him on one more time.
Poor guy. Yeah, it's okay. He's not.
as long as he
Oh, no, I don't wanna
doesn't
bother.
interfere with his preparation and
Yeah, I don't want to do
Yeah.
that.
warm up and all that.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. So I guess let's call it a night, but we'll leave the stream
Sure.
going.
Yeah.
We'll put the sound on for those that want to continue watching. I guess I'll put an alarm on for like 2 hours. So I know like to come to my computer and shut it off. Otherwise it's gonna be like
I mean,
a blank
Justin
screen.
and Arctic, you guys don't want to stay on? Keep going, do you?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm actually starting to get.
come on,
Yeah,
Justin, you got it in you.
yeah, I think we should sort of call it a night.
Vic popped in for like
Yeah,
2
for like
minutes
2
and-
seconds. He was like, hello, goodbye. Yeah, it's like 1:30 in the morning over here in New York.
Yeah, it's getting to even 11 here.
Yeah,
So
11.
10:30.
Justin, what time is it where you are?
Well, I'm in Central, so it's 12:30.
12:30. Yeah, so I'm 2 hours. So
Dinner time.
10:30.
Okay, so I guess we shall call it a night.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Or I will call it. If you want to
Guys are
stay and
shut up.
continue chatting, be my
Don't leave
guest.
me hanging.
I'm
Yeah,
leaving.
we're gonna call it a night.
Yeah.
You guys are changed.
We're gonna keep it rolling.
Yeah,
though.
we're gonna keep it rolling. We're gonna put the sound on, and I'm assuming it'll be over in 2 hours. So I will be shutting it off.
I feel
I'll
we're gonna
wake
wake up to some epic news.
I know, seriously.
Monero will be at like $500. The fight was won.
I know we're like sleeping. Oh God.
We're fast asleep.
Yeah, we're I know snoozing. At least we have it on record.
Dreaming about Monero, of course, but
Yes, always. I know you.
all right,
are,
guys,
but-
this is awesome.
I know.
Epic
Thanks
show.
so much for.
Wish we had more steam, but
Well, thank you.
yeah, thank you, Art.
Thank
Thanks
you
for coming
guys
on.
for jumping on.
Justin, thanks for jumping on here.
For saying hello at a late hour.
I think we already
And
left
for
Justin.
As
those,
long as I'm on for longer than Vic, you know.
you were. Vic was like, Vic didn't even come on. He was in
Wait,
the
James
chat.
is saying he can't hear all of a sudden. You can't hear it.
You can't
No
hear
sound.
us, Justin, and Arctic. Can you hear us?
I can hear
Well, I
you.
can hear you fine.
Okay.
No problem.
I don't know why James is not here. I'm gonna put the sound on and just let me know if
Yeah.
you guys hear it. Hold on. Can you guys hear that?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Morning, Justin.
Thank
Night,
you guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, good
Sorry,
night,
Seth,
everyone.
in there.
Good
Yeah.
night. Night.
Enjoy the show.
Enjoy the show.
Spice.
Yeah, I guess. Let's see if I can put it large. Okay. That's it. There you go, guys. Good night. Enjoy the show. Oh, there you go. Whoa, don't hit. Uh-oh. I guess now that they're by themselves, I think maybe they'll probably like fix it.
Okay. They know we're coming up.
Let me tell them now.
This fight will be held in the heavyweight division. It is brought to you by Lincoln. And fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 255.6 pounds, and standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall, with an official record of 1-1, representing Pax MMA, ranked 10th in the state, from Oakland, California, Mark the White Horse.
What's up?
Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 255.2 pounds, and standing at 6 feet 4 inches tall, with an official record of 1-0, representing Team Valley Fight Club from Denver, California.
Let's go, Red! I don't know. You get into it. I know. This is why I'm never going to fight again. Go red or go blue. Let's go red! Blue. Let's go red! Let's go red! Oh, I'm scared. Woo! Look at the beard. Woo! Let's go red! Beat his ass! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go red! Let's go red! This thing's gonna break! Come on, Red! You got this! No. Keep going with the body! Keep going with the body! Keep going with the body! Let's go! Keep with the body! Get out of here, Red! Come on, Red! Let's go, Blue! Reverse it! Come on, Red! You got this! Go, Red! Come on, boy! Let's go! That's Harry! Let's go, Red! Get up! Get up! Come on, Mark! Get up! Come on, Blue! Come on, Blue! Come on, Blue! Let's go!
Do you know what Red's name is? I have no idea. I don't know the other one's name either. Mark. Other.
That's another me. Let's go, Blue!
Come on, Red! Let's go!
Blue!
Come on, Red!
Fuck 'em up!
Come on, Red! You got this! Are you sure? I feel like it's get that shit, Jordan!
Let's go, Mark!
Come on, Red!
Come on, bullshit!
Come on, Red!
Let's go, Red! Knee, knee! Knee, knee! Knee! Stop bugging him! Go ahead! Second and stick, go knee! Go knee! Go knee, Red! Get his
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight goes the distance. With unanimous decision by all judges, your champion is Mark! Yeah, Mark! Ladies and gentlemen, Mark, the white horse!
Pato, you big one. Come on, Pato! Pato! Come on! You got it! Pato!
Ladies and gentlemen, this next fight will be a grappling match. And your fighters, fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 189.
Come on, Pato, you got it!
Representing Team out of the red corner, weighing in at 189.4 pounds, representing Halo BJJ. Tonight's commentary is done by Ashley, Tyler, and Jason. Live winners on two.
Come on, Pato, Ariel's with you, Pato, come on!
Oh no. Pato, I think.
Come on, Pato!
Pato.
Come on, Pato, you got it! Come on, Pato! Come on, Pato! Ariel's with you! Ariel's with you! Come on!
What's his name?
Pato.
Pato?
Who, the guy?
Yeah, Pato. Pato?
Yeah, Pato.
Pato, okay.
Come on, Pato! Come on, Pato! Come on! Quad, come on!
Get his ass!
Come on, Pato! Come on!
Oh, just fucking hit him, dude. Oh. Let's go, Pato! Don't let his ass up! Keep him on his back! Let's go! He's fucking tired! He's tired! Let's go! He's old!
Go!
Yeah? Tell him that he's old!
Go! Come on, Pato! Come on!
Come on, Pato! He's fucking old! Get his ass old! Come on, Pato!
Come on, Pato. Come on, Pato. You got this. Come on, Pato. You got this. Come on, Pato. Don't give up. Don't give up, Pato. Come on. Ariel's with you. Come on, Pato. Ariel's with you, Pato. Come on.
In a draw. This next fight will be in the heavyweight division and is brought to you by Rescue Clean. And fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 257.8 pounds and standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall with an official record of 1-2, representing Team KO, a southpaw from Farmersville, California, Daniel Carnage Isla! Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 245.2 pounds and standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall, representing Enriquez Defense Academy from Dinuba, California, Seth Rodriguez!
Hey, Renegade, sit down. Renegade, sit down, Renegade. Let him cheer. Hey, you get beat by the fence, bro.
Right, that was hammerfish now. You can hit that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they said flip the camera this way instead of doing vertical. Happy face.
You gotta either get Monero give us a better camera or get Chalk to buy it.
They're all 3-minute rounds, right? They're all like 3 rounds.
Except for the crap. It's like a 1 5-minute round. Past that.
Just drop all the audience members.
No, dude, the first, I went to it in Sacramento, and like, the dude got disqualified for poking so hard, and then he tried fighting the fighter outside of the cage, and then his family was fighting the other fighters.
Yeah, you told me about that.
I was like, never gonna get shot. Don't shoot. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Get him, Daniel! He's mad! He's mad! Get him, Daniel!
Come on, Daniel.
Yeah.
Fuck him up, bro. Come on, Daniel, fuck him up!
Got it.
Alright. Yeah, me too. I feel like you're not getting points.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Like getting to you know, below the cross.
Yeah, it's
Totally
not.
wrapped around it.
And then grab Casey. Huh? Hey, you know what fight that was?
I know that his name is Daniel. Not sure last name. I don't know his name.
You know, like,
Remember.
yeah, like, is that an 8th fight, 9th fight?
I think
12?
12 because my stepdad's fight was 10. I think this is 2 after him.
Okay, perfect. So John's 14. 13.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight goes to the scorecards. Decided by a split decision by the judges, and your winner in the red corner, Seth Rodriguez. Seth, another fight going the distance. What was going through your head?
Man, I wanted to finish it, but it was a good fight.
No doubt, no doubt. As the fight went on, what was going through your mind as far as technique and what you needed to do to end it?
All I know is I trained what I came here to do, and that's what I did.
Anyone you want to thank tonight?
Everybody at my gym and everybody that supports me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Seth Rodriguez!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 10-minute intermission. If you direct your attention to the stage, we're going to have some musical acts perform for you.
That's Nah, we ain't filming that. Sorry, guys, we ain't filming that.
Yeah, we're good on that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this way again.
My cousin!
That's is it actually? Is it actually? Actually? Dead ass.
You think I lied?
Yeah. Dead ass?
I'm fucking bullied.
I know you fucking lied. Alright, shit, I gotta film this, I guess. There's nothing to look at over there. Did I show you what I said with John Seth? Go down. That's his dad. You're 209, I think you said I know, but John's room is 210. Yeah. You better not be coming to my man's room. Sorry guys, but the stream's getting real weird real quick. But I don't see some men hitting each other real fast, okay? Larry Lopez. Is that area like reserved for people who have that same area? I'm guessing, yeah. I was trying to get closer. Yeah, guys, this is how close we are. We're 3 rows. So I know it's kind of hard to see, but we don't have Zoom, apparently. And next fight, we're going to get a better camera. Hands down. She's only 14. She's only 14. She's still growing. Who do you love? Who do you love? Thank you so much.
going on, Reading California? How we feeling? Yes, sir, yes, sir. If God gave you an opportunity today to wake up, man, make some noise. Let's go, let's go. Shout out to Valley Fight Series for having us. Appreciate the Wake House for having us. Shout out to the AD boys. Y'all make some noise for the AD boys one time. Let's go. That's all I like to hear, man. My name's AT, the official. This is my brother. My name's Troy Hill. We're here to tell y'all up, man. Let's get it. DJ, drop that. Let's go. Hands up. Let's go. Right side. Left side. Hands up. Right side. Hands up. Hey, in the middle. Hands up. Let's get it. Yo, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Let's go to the top. Up in the carry on rock. Let's go. Can't wait till this drop. It just might beat up the block. I done put sauce in the socks. I done put sauce in the shoe. Niggas don't know. Let's go. I ain't got nothing to prove. I'm just gonna do what it's good. Yeah, she ain't got nothing. Yeah, let's go. Jump. Jump. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up.
Turn up. Now let us tomato. We turn up. We turn up. Turn up.
I ain't got nothing to prove. I'm just gonna do what it's Let's go. I ain't got nothing to prove. Let's go. He ain't got nothing to do. Yeah. That was called What to Do. It's on all platforms. Troy Hill. Appreciate it. Hey, Reed. If y'all ready for the main event, make some motherfucking noise.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Let's go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Get to the bag. I'm running it up. I'm telling myself. Too many people around.
I hope not.
Let's go.
They might have just trolled us all, Chad. They might have just trolled us all.
Drama. Yeah, right here. Look. Andy beat the shit. You want to boost me up and don't take me all over the DVD topic already. The shit in the match be murdered. Yeah. Once I go get in on top of me. What? That is you riding on top of me. What? Under that day, you're looking at me. Yeah. It's a robbery. Yeah. Every single I need a mouth on the best for some. And if he's just in you bitches, you never put you bitches out of some other one, huh? Now with the moment, get out of the circle. We kicking you out of the door. Yeah. Hands up. Hands up. Let's go. Yeah. In the back. Let's go. Roll. Yeah. Put it all in the same block. She want the drink and I mix it all up. Let's go. CPS is all in my cup. Shout out to Kobe. You want the beat that we that beauty for something for stuff. Let's go. Y'all fucking with it. Yeah. Let's get it, y'all. Okay. Go back down. Once I go up, you would never see me back. Let's go. I'm about to cash it up, running to the back now. Everybody eat. I didn't turn it to him.
Oh, she sounds a little bit better. Maybe Vince's pussy would get a little bit wetter. Feeling dry as a library with a nerd wearing a sweater. I'm gonna sit here. Yeah, I've been inspired. It's not you. Yeah. I now know I'm definitely destined for the rap game.
I got rain on me. Yeah, I couldn't bring cash home. It's only $60, so you know it's all gang, homie. Niggas be tripping. Get the gang on me. Okay, My shit is ties. What? That's where I'm from. You know I'm gonna rep it. When I go see you, nigga be sweat. You know I'm the one. Don't you forget it. Just like a diamond I'm made under pressure. You know that means I'm a national treasure. Yeah. Just to let people up know. Let's go. But it's deeper than that when you going through old dip. Okay, just let that shit feel, man. Niggas get sick. Words and medicine. Yeah. Ain't no comparison. Go to my children. Just get the fuck out my business. I'm kind of envisioning. Yeah. Okay. But she had a bad day. Bad day. I'm going in. Yeah. Like I'm a rock. Yeah. I'm cool. Let it go. If I see red, then I set it off. Coming through like I am very one.
You honestly have a big responsibility. That's like the thing that everyone sees.
You're welcome, America. You're welcome.
I need y'all to make noise one more time. Really, California, make some noise. Let's go.
Nice.
They just said San Jose make some noise. And then they would have heard some stuff.
Everybody in the middle, put your hands up. If you're on the left side over here, put your hands up.
Wow, how dare he assume I have multiple hands?
Let's go. Yeah, you know I'm about to get it right. I don't give a fuck where you're from. You know I'm about to hit it right. You know I'm about to hit it right. Y'all be going. Yeah. Gotta turn it up. You say it, turn it up. Yeah. What? I just really came to party. I just really came to party. Yeah, gotta turn up party.
Perfect.
Look, hey, I got hit in some places I've never been around. I just take a couple L's when I'm winning down. You're welcome. Ain't got no time for a girl in the building. Roll with the team, we just making some millions. Hey, I be pouring up.
Hand your head.
To the scene. Don't you know we just trying to get the ball. I be taking for the team. To the sun, hey, look. Right here with the best job. Don't need no keep up. Look, hands up, let's go. Right, and you know I gotta get it right. You know I gotta get it right. I don't give up. You know I gotta hit it right. You know I gotta hit it right. Tell me good. Nigga, turn it up. Trying to live it up. I just really get a party, man.
Has it been 10 minutes?
I appreciate you guys for having us. I feel bad for them. They're like,
really, thank you so much. We love y'all. Shout out to BFS. Shout out to Easy Boys. I go by the name of AT, the official. Y'all can find this everywhere, man. Appreciate y'all.
you can follow me on I am Troy Hill on all socials.
Hey, one more time. Hey, really, make some noise. Let's go.
Nice.
And all of a sudden people start dancing.
Now people just like, that's gotta hurt. Oh, we get it. Yeah.
I hit him with that hammerhead.
Yeah, you would. I like that.
I just like looked over and he was looking at me. So naturally awkward.
They done told people they don't fuck with you with COVID and shit. I don't be understanding that shit. Niggas be feeling shit way about bitches and I thought play my part.
I was saying you were getting down and shit. And fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 237 pounds, standing at 5 feet 11 inches tall, with an official record of 2-2, representing Team Moreno from Lathrop, California, Danny Moreno Jr. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 233.6 pounds and standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall, with an official record of 0-2, representing Elite Team Visalia from Wrigley, California, Drew Preheim.
Let's go, Drew! Oh, yeah.
Go, Red! Oh, let's go!
Her mom said, like,
Let's go, Red! Let's go, Blue! Let's go, Red!
Oh my god.
I haven't been drinking.
Are you okay? Come on, Drew, you got this!
Let's go, Red! Yeah. All our team and everybody.
Let's go, Drew!
Let's go, baby!
Come on! Come on, Drew! You got this!
It's gonna take too long. I don't want to miss it. Yeah, I don't. I'll be right back then. I'll take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight comes to an end at 1 minute in the second round by a rear naked choke. Your winner in the red corner, Drew Dorphehan! Drew, with your first win on your record, tell us, how does this make you feel?
Feels damn good.
What was going through your mind in that fight? Did you think it was going to be quicker? Did you think it would go the distance? Or was it exactly how you wanted it?
Pretty much exactly how I was hoping it would go.
Anyone you want to thank tonight?
Who's in here? Everyone at Elite Team. All breathing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Thor Prehigh!
Oh, for sure.
I need Joe. So I'm laying in the rock. Getting my fingers being reach up on my block. Ripping my block. Straight from the dick. Ain't snap your fingers, shout it, gotta drink on it. Smoking on the bitch. We don't fuck with that bitch. I bet you can't do it. Do it like this. She on back to the track. Back to the snap. 1, 2 step. Gotta lean back. This is how we do it. In the A-town. This is how it goes down.
Come on, Brad.
Little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling like 2 a.m. summer night. I don't care, hand on the wheel, driving drunk, I'm doing my thing. Rolling in the mid beside him now, living my life, keep my dream.
Sorry, some technical difficulties.
If I die, no, I live the missing bullets.
It's a black dude. It might be white. I don't know. I don't see it.
Cold sweats waking up to the sky. Tell me what you know about dreams. Tell me what you know about night terrors. Nothing. You don't really care about the trials of tomorrow. Rather lay awake in the bed full of sorrow. I see you.
All right.
Taco! Tell me your move!
But it looks like it. It looks like it's from Taco.
Look.
Take a picture.
Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me tonight. Wish that you could be Shoot first, niggas shoot back. Oh, nah, niggas root back. Nigga automatic with a root clap. Shoot first, niggas shoot back. Oh, nah, niggas root back. Nigga automatic with a root clap. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me tonight. Many, wish that you could be. Yeah, I don't cry no more. I look to the sky no more. 'Cause I got it on me. I got it on me. I got it on me. You can run it if you want. 50 shots up in this bucket of rock. I'm still niggas to the rock. I'm supposed to do the same thing. They play like I'm Tom Sager. Shot niggas on the beat. Drop real niggas who you feel like I'm Tom Jones. And I feel like I'm John. I stay nigga from the friendship this right there. And no politics, 'cause niggas ain't like that. I drop a shit with you. Get it like that.
This fight is sponsored by the Wheatley Area Vendors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your welterweight title fight of the evening. The winner will leave here with the Valley Fight Series title, along with the Camel State title belt in the welterweight division. And fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 168.8 pounds and standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall with an official record of 5-1, representing Team Take Flight, ranked 8th in the state, a southpaw from Salinas, California, Diego Zia! Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 171 pounds and standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall, representing Dukes Training Academy, with an official record of 4-4 in several Muay Thai and boxing matches, from Woodland Hills, California, James Delson J.D.
I just went over the move in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Listen to my instructions at all times. Touch gloves if you want.
You're good, Diego. You're good.
Let's go! Let's go!
Come on, Diego!
That was good!
Oh, remember the twinsies?
Let's go, Taco! Ándale, Diego! Échale, cabrón!
Let's go, Diego.
Come on, Taco!
Come on, Diego!
There you go, boy. There you go.
Come on, Diego! Woo!
That's right, boy. That's right. Entrale, cabrón. Diego, use that jab, Diego. Use that Use your elbows. Use your elbows. That's all you, boy. Let's go. Diego! Back up! Let him go! Let him go! Back up! There you go! Disengage! Let's go, Diego! Don't let him win! Come on, Diego! Disengage! Aléjate, cabrón! Come on, Diego! Otro! Diego! Usa tu jab!
One point. He's needing
Diego!
the save.
Usa tu jab! Hey, walk through!
Let's go, Diego! Come on, Diego!
Come on, Diego! 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2! 1, 2!
Let's go, Diego!
Let's go, Diego! Let's go, Diego! Diego, use your jab! Let's go, Diego! Let's go! Let's go, Diego!
Let's go, Diego!
Diego! Your jab!
Come on, Diego!
Let's go, Diego! Go, Diego! Go!
Let's go!
Let's go, Diego! Dale, Diego! Dale, Diego! Switch kick. Otro.
Let's go, Diego!
Switch kick. Diego. Switch kick.
Come on, Diego!
Knee. Body shot. Body shot. Eso. Síguelo. Síguelo. Switch kick. Al body. Body shot. Body shot. Back up. Back up. There you go. Switch kick. Switch kick. Go, Diego.
Come on, Diego, you
Switch
got
kick.
this!
He's gas. Let's go. He's gas. Go. Diego. Switch kick. Diego. Back up and switch kick. Diego, kick the body. Diego, kick the body. Body shot kick. Diego, switch kick.
Come on, Diego!
Diego, 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 Diego. Let's go, Diego. Wow. ¡Vamos, papá! ¡Bloquealo! ¡Agárralo de las trenzas! ¡Go ahead! ¡Otro! ¡Let's go, baby! ¡Let's go! ¡Let's go! ¡Dale más, güey! ¡Let's go, Diego! Diego! Let's go, Diego! Diego! Switch kick! Switch kick, cabrón! ¡Éntrale! Give me your all, Jay!
Come on, Diego! You got this!
Ahí! ¡Eso! One, two!
Come on, Diego!
Switch kick! Diego! Switch kick!
Let's go!
Keep pushing! Keep going! Keep going!
Come on,
Let's go! Let's go, Diego! Al body! Hit the body! Hit the body! Switch kick!
Let's go! Come on, Diego!
Diego!
Who said that?
Diego! It's all yours! Diego! Let's go, Diego!
Come on, Diego! You got this!
Let's go! Keep it in the body, Diego! Don't stop! Take this back! Take this back!
Come on, Diego!
Put the shot, Diego!
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight goes the distance. And after a unanimous decision, your Camel State champion is in the blue corner.
Where's the love?
Diego, walk us through that. You guys are going punch for punch, kick for kick. Tell us what's going through your mind.
Mom, did you get all of our stuff?
MMA Fighter. I thought what my team told me, we're here to win. We're here to set the tone and talk. We don't talk with our mouths, we fucking talk with our hands.
You look composed throughout the entire fight. Is that right? Is that how you felt inside?
Yeah. I mean, there was things I definitely need to go back and work at the lab with the team. There's very many things I need to work on. But I feel good.
Yeah!
Absolutely. My two coaches, Team Take Flight, Eddie, Steve, all the guys, Alex, all of them. My lady Kat, she fucking kept me nutrition really well. The whole freaking team, everybody for coming out.
Yeah, boy!
Ladies and gentlemen, Diego Zúñiga!
Diego! 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 Diego!
There's no tickets. You can't get in. My dad? Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the midnight hour. Your next fight will be a grappling match. And your fighters, fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 134.2 pounds, representing elite team of Lemoore BJJ, Michael St. Nicholas. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 135 pounds, representing Tri-City MMA of Kalinga, Jose Agunia! Yeah, let's go! Woo! Stop the pitch!
Jose's doing a good job of not getting swept.
We got a standing triangle attempt.
Yes, sir. You're good, Brody. You're good.
Jose jumping straight to the back.
Looking to sink his first down.
There you go.
Michael turning to face him, pulling a half guard. Jose doing a great job of keeping that near side underhook.
Attempting to pass to knee on belly.
Michael's working that half guard and jockeying for position underneath, looking for a stand-up possibly.
I'll be like, no, wait.
At this point, somebody's going to need to get under to
Michael looking for a sweep from underneath with the half guard, coming to a closed guard.
Jose's postured up nicely.
Jose doing a step, comes back down into posture, looking to try to break guard. Looked away and gets caught in the triangle.
Hanging taken down to prevent the choke.
Michael.
Hey, you're good, buddy. You're good.
Michael got the triangle armbar, looking for the submission here. Jose pivoting around, take pressure off of it and stack. Nice transition, submission, transition to transition. Michael's doing a great job of defending here.
Let's go, Jose!
Jose, Jose coming around the corner. Forcing himself out of that triangle. Michael continued doing the butt scoot. The butt scoot. Jose wants it on the seat, looking for that takedown. Doesn't want to go into a guard pull.
There you go.
Wonderful technique.
Get that shit.
Jose looking to get his hooks in here.
Michael's defending with his hands, stopping the hooks to come in. Michael keeping heavy, Jose keeping heavy pressure.
Michael doing a very good job at preventing Jose from getting his hooks in. Looks like Michael's almost escaped. There he is.
Both competitors jockeying for position here. Jose getting the far side underhook to defend the butterfly.
Looks like we're in a potential deep half position.
Again, both competitors showing my standing from position to close the guard by Michael. Jose working his posture, trying to open that guard up so he can pass. Possible scoop attempted there by Michael. Coming the last 10 seconds of the match.
Looks like Michael's going to try to that triangle. Oh my gosh.
That wraps this one up to a draw.
Hey, good shit, Jose!
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 minutes of grappling, this ends in a draw. Let's give both fighters a big round of applause.
think they're the entourage? You're gonna walk into the ring with them on Look at this guy. Hey, he's getting that clout, bro. Look at that clout. I don't know if that's an outfit for clout right now. All I know is you better get paid for this.
Check the scores, 20 zip. Swoosh. If you ain't got no check for me, don't check for me respectfully. I can't let my kid down, I'm building on my house. I can pick nobody, I'm just trying to be a brother. Introduction back to something that you ain't never seen. Fire revive train. Two watches the flame. Come through and slam on you. I'm in the boys out here done with me. Make one thing clear. Two tools not new to it. I'm working under you. Love the game, you relate to me best. When brother under pressure, we gon' put to the test. Strategic round, do it like they cheated like this. Take a risk to win, that's key. Put a soul on for them. Give them what they can't see. Are you trying to teach me something? You ain't made it across the street. I deserve the keys to it. I'm my city MVP. Swing style. You ain't got no check for me, don't check for me respectfully. I can't let my kid down. I'm building on my legacy. I can pick no battle. I'm trying to be a brother. Introduction back to show you something that you ain't never seen. Fire ring, fire train. Two watches, that's 12. Come through and slam on you. I'm in the boys out here done. Let me make one thing clear. Two to it, not new to it. I'm looking under you. Two to it, not new to it. I'm looking under you.
homeboy. Give me homeboy. Everybody go homeboy. Hey,
This fight will be held in the welterweight division. And now your fighters. Fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 162.2 pounds and standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall, making his MMA debut, representing All Sport MMA from Morgan Hill, California, Joseph Long. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 162.6 pounds and standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall with an official record of 1-2, representing 805 Kickboxing from Santa Maria, California, Jason Bryson.
I think Drew made more friends.
Yeah. He just went home with that.
What's that next one? Look at it. Look at it. He's gonna be in the videos on Instagram. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh, damn. Powers. Drew!
it's like BFF now or what? I said, did Drew make like his BFF now?
I guess he's gonna go party with them instead of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 40 seconds in the first round, your winner by knockout in the red corner, Jason Russell. Jason, if people blink, they miss the fight. What was going on as far as preparation for this fight?
Mario Reyes, it's how you, man. I appreciate you. I love you for being out here. I love this venue. You guys have been beautiful. This place has been amazing. I plan to come back and fight here. I plan to come and put on a show. Hopefully I can get something big for you guys. I'm going to go home, get back to work.
Can't say it any better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Bryson!
I am cold, yes, but I wish I could look like that. I know.
And they were trying to have the fighters play at the same time. I'm like,
I'm married to this guy. That's who I made my wife. Said I dialed on and told that bitch she probably right. One thing that's for sure. Not a stranger to this life. Gotta save this for the crackers and a shoulder for the stripes. Don't know a nigga like myself. I say self-made, meaning I design myself. County jail fade, you can pull my file yourself. Strawberry
swallow rocks, I'm getting high myself. Yeah, damn right, I like the life I built. West side 60, shit, I might got killed. Standing so tall, they think I might got still. Legendary baller like Mike, like Will. 96 Impala, thug like 4 wheels. Up against the wall, squabble like 5 tails. Like a motherfucking dog, ask me how I feel. Successful street nigga touching your first meal. All my life, grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, baby. This next fight will be in the featherweight division and is brought to you by Franklin Master Construction. And fighting out of the blue corner, weighing in at 142.2 pounds and standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall, representing Art of Violence. He has 10 amateur Muay Thai fights, and tonight is making his MMA debut from Fresno, California, Thomas Dozier. And introducing his opponents, fighting out of the red corner, weighing in at 145.6 pounds and standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall, with an official record of 3-3, representing Strength and Mobility Van Nuys. From Tacoma, California, Elliot Maguire.
Come on, Thomas, let's go!
Go in!
Overzealous. A little, just
Overzealous.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
I'm a wrestler.
Bullshit call.
Any special thanks tonight?
The ref robbed him. You think it was fully fucked up?
Coach Sam is one of the genius. Second mobility is where it's at. Second mobility. And then all my teachers, second mob.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elliot Aguero!
Down at a truck stop. She looked about as wild as the story she told. Said she was a Christian, saying souls in Savannah, and her love was sending her to Alabama.